All right. Looks like we have got the quality option. So it seems that if I get unlucky on the die roll with Twitch, we're in some serious trouble as far as viewership is concerned. So I'm loading up Age of Wonders Planetfall right now. I am going to do my best to have everything properly sorted out. But I notice, especially when I've been away from Planetfall for a little while, I have a couple of just windowing things. So I'm sure most of you, experience this with games. Sometimes they default to widescreen, full screen. Some of them default to windowed mode. And what I'm noticing, I think this is probably because I switched monitors when I between playing Planetfall. So the old one I had was a 16 by 10 monitor. This one is a proper 16 by 9 with a higher resolution. And so what I notice is on occasion, it will start in windowed mode, but it will be on the newer monitor's resolution, which means that because there's a little Windows bar at the top, it's offset by a little bit. I don't get to see everything. So I don't think you should be seeing any problems right now. It's going to take a little while for the game to load anyway. Oh, great. It fixed itself. And there's one last thing that I need to get dealt with. I'm going to spike my Chrome instances because those are always a pain. But I do have a virtual machine running in the background. I've got a little bit of work that I wanted to get done. And I don't normally like... actually, this is great. Sorry to do this work right now, but I have a wonderful opportunity to get something done that would have taken me hours after the stream otherwise. So this is a computer that I use for some, not exactly work stuff, but things related to the type of work that I do. And one of the things that, I got a slightly better processor at the time, and I now have more RAM than's really required for gaming. I think the only game that uses more than 16 gigabytes is Jedi Fallen Order, which I obviously couldn't have known at the time of building. And one of the reasons to do that was so I could have stuff like streaming and virtual machines in the background and whatnot. Okay. But what this does mean is because I have this running in the background, it's going to be taking up resources no matter what. And I would much rather have it take up resources while I'm getting streaming done. So I don't believe it should be affecting the quality of the stream, but I do need to just get this thing wrapped up really quick. Sorry about that. I misspelled something. I've had the one of the things I can say that drives me a little crazy is how do I put it? At work, there's a bunch of people who've sort of found religion with open source software, which is rather good. I mean, I did a couple of computer science courses in school, and I've kind of, I guess I've had that moment. I know how exciting it is to get into stuff like that. But I think one of the challenges that I'm running into is that everybody's gotten very excited about R as a statistical tool, but they haven't necessarily thought very deeply about how You know what? Now's a great time, because this is not going to be working out properly. I can put this to sleep for a little bit. We'll be ready to stream in just a second. This is really inconvenient timing for everything getting set up. So I've been I use Python for a lot of my data work. I don't have a huge grudge against R, but one of the things that I've noticed is that I'm a little bit more efficient with Python, and I feel like with the data sets that I frequently use, because they're larger than what you normally need for available memory, I have slightly better tool sets in Python to take advantage of them. But because everybody at work is really big on R, I tried to put it in. I opened up a new Fedora machine. But what I noticed is that when I actually go install base R and then just go to install the econometrics view that they already have, there's over 50 different dependencies which do not come, even like with all the developer stuff that I put in for, like, you know, doing a little Fortran and you know, the developer tools if you need to compile some C stuff. Even with those installed, there's a bunch of dependencies which aren't necessarily handled, and they're not very well labeled. So it's really interesting that I download something like Anaconda and I'm ready to run right away. But R, it seems that even from sort of a fresh install on a certainly not, you know, niche OS, it's taken a couple of hours to just get everything sorted out. But anyways, that was what was going on in the background. I've probably wasted my usual 10-minute intro on nothing related to Age of Wonders Planetfall, so let's try the greeting again. Hello, I'm System Shock. I like Age of Wonders Planetfall a lot. I'm very grateful for Paradox and Triumph giving me a press key, not just for the base game of Age of Wonders Planetfall, but Revelations. And while I am under no requirement to say so, there is currently a sale going on at paradoxplaza.com. This is sort of the space-themed sale, and the Age of Wonders games are, Planetfall and its expansion, along with a few other goodies, are on sale. Stellaris is an excellent deal, and that's got a free weekend coming up because of the 4-year anniversary. I can't believe that it's been that long, but so it has. And it's kind of funny. We jumped into the Revelations campaign, but we never actually finished the campaign for. Oops, damn it. We never finished the base campaign, so we're gonna make up for that. We'll make a little progress on our Amazon run, but because there's been a bunch of stuff that we've been doing, I'm gonna need a minute to sort of reacquaint myself with the playthrough. So first of all, are we at war? No, we ran into Frank Vance, but we're overall in decent shape. I know the Growth faction had some stuff they wanted from us, and I believe we were sort of on our path to sort of clearing out some of the baddies. Our main goal, of course, is to eliminate the sort of the renegade Amazon. We've been sort of slow with that in favor of building things up. What's really funny is that the Devar, I really struggled with a strategy of trying to invest a lot in my cities and making them grow up to the level 16 level. What it turns out, though, is this is a strategy that works a little bit better for the Amazon, because as you start killing stacks of enemies, they they'll give some food, and as a result, you tend to have some better better results. I'm a little weirded out by the fact that it says that this is occupied. I was sort of under the impression that we had already dealt with that, but maybe I'm missing something. Let me just make sure. We are on Twitch End, right? All right, so I'm thinking this is actually a really hard call. I think I am going to try and take out the Marauders here first. Or maybe I want to Yeah, maybe we'll give it one turn to let the Lancer heal up. I have a feeling that the Paragon Barracks is going to be a harder fight. Let's see what the Growth faction wants, and then we'll start working through the rest of the log. Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these Autonom insist that we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over these high spots to receive Sonril's kiss, destroy those that cut and clear away our vines. So we take these guys out. It's not impossible for us to achieve that, but if I look at where most of my units are, we're definitely going to be stretching to... We're definitely going to be stretching to achieve a few of our goals. Severed Links is definitely going to be a struggle to accomplish. Alright, so this is a hero. This is kind of my slush unit right now. So in one sense it does make sense to get her to connect up with the rest of the group. And then obviously the remaining question is how do we, how do we make the most of our situation? How do we clear stuff up on our way to achieving our goals? So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm going to redirect these units to take out the Marauder Guard. It would be sort of nice to clear out the biodome. That'll give me some extra food, but we also have the hazard and whatnot. So it's been a while since I've dealt with sort of planning in terms of all of the expansion for my regions. So I'm probably going to need to sit down and decide whether or not I really want this slot. I am, however, going to be able to claim the resources here, and then we can just sort of double back and try and take out these guys. So we'll start by moving into place. So with that in mind, now I can start moving. One of the challenges that I run into is I have a tendency to move my units where I've been rather than where I'm going to be. So we should probably be focusing a little bit more on joining up. So we'll probably run, we'll go over those mountains. Well, might have been able to make it one way or the other. I want to clear out the riffraff here. Alright, well, we're 3 times as powerful, so this is a pretty easy auto combat. We didn't lose anything, and of course we get the extra food for the fight. Supply stash, you find salvageable Imperial supply reserve containing 66 food. Unfortunately, the container logs were destroyed, and you can't trace where the resources came from. So, additional food. Again, it'd be wonderful to check out all of this stuff, but it's not a super high priority. Severed Links is the top priority right now just because it is the closest to... It's the one that needs to get done the soonest. The other Autonom enemies won't be required for another 10 turns. And then, of course, the rest, we're really just kind of clearing out targets of opportunity. 754. You know, I want to see if auto-resolve is going to give me what I want. It's probably not. Yeah, I don't accept losing that unit. Now, it's an open question as to whether or not I can actually do any better. Ah, yes, the killer penguins. Yeah, actually, there's quite a few units here. So if I want to be cautious with my Lancers, that's going to mean some penalties elsewhere. The Vorderon, I think it's pretty clear we just run this guy up front. Panic. Yeah, I don't need to do any of that. So this is the unit that's weak. Now, if I have an opportunity to heal them, I'd take it, but I believe my Biomancer is elsewhere. So maybe what I want to focus on here, cover doesn't necessarily do that much for me right now, so I will still set up with cover, but the aim is going to be to try and get a little bit of a positional advantage just in terms of being able to drop some blinds on people. So again, we know that this guy is going to be sort of take the brunt of the attacks, and what I'll be doing is I'll sort of get some supplemental work done with blinds and whatnot. So I could get gooped in the center here, but obviously if they try and run past the Vorderon, then they've got other problems to worry about. And I'm not going to have the Lancer go completely passive, but I am going to make sure that they're in an inconvenient spot for the enemy. Finally, I'm curious if I can get any cheeky shots off. Looks like we can't. So again, I'm happy to just sort of run in the background and see where things are going. Uncle Cranky, thank you very much for the host. How you doing tonight? Hopefully the transcodes have held. Brilliant. So again, this beastie is doing exactly what it needs to.
Operations available.
Okay, so first things first, let's try and devour. All right. So I mean, there's a flank that happens out of that, but that's kind of a free kill on someone. I can live with those penalties. Now here's the question: do I want to blind my best unit in order to blind 3 others? And in this particular case, it's a 34% chance that I apply it. So in my opinion, this is going to be a risk worth taking. Alright, so I did resist the blind. That's great news. So now the rest of this is just me raining death on the Hopperhounds. So I'm kind of spreading the love here for a bit. And I am putting this unit in a bit of risk, but
Enemy annihilated.
I'm sort of okay with it because I should be able to get a... Yeah. So again, this unit's in a little bit of a risk, but it's a calculated one. And that's a shame.
Enemy annihilated.
Great. So again, we're not out of the woods yet, but this is a pretty strong position for us to be in. So I'm going to try and take care of the stuff that's further out of range from my more conventional units. I know I want to pull this guy out of the battle, so just make sure that I can get a shot off on them when I do a retreat. Okay, great.
Enemy killed.
So now it's really just a cleanup job. So let's get the quick flank on the bad guys here.
Enemy destroyed.
Awesome. So now this is really academic. And we didn't have to lose the unit. Now again, we took a whole bunch of damage.
Are victorious.
Not exactly the circumstances that I would want to I would want to be going into a big fight with, but my view on this is that I'm still going to get a couple of turns of healing while I remove the obstacle. I'm probably not going to want to do sort of a proper dungeon when there's a hazard in the region. So the damage is spread out. The Lancer might be a little bit lower health than it was before, but essentially I've spread out the damage. So when your unit, here's the way you can kind of think about this. When your units are at 100 health, and even if you're moving them somewhere, at least if you're moving them somewhere, you're like closing in on a goal. But if you're just sitting there and waiting for something to happen, having a unit that's at full health, it's kind of a wasted resource. Health regen is a thing that they have. It's also kind of like having mana in a game. So like this is a really good example, at least when I played Dota 2. Like, obviously, if you have abilities that require, half your mana pool, maybe you don't want to be, you don't want to, be a bit low, but it's not necessarily good to just be sitting on that the whole time, because your mana regen is one of your abilities, and if you aren't using these mana using abilities, essentially what you're doing is you're being inefficient with your character. You have opportunities to either do damage or apply debuffs to an enemy, and instead what you're doing is you're sitting on this resource waiting for the perfect moment. And so, in this situation here, I originally said I wasn't going to go after them, but the decision that I made was, as long as I don't lose a unit, I'm still going to I know that the Lancer, I'm still going to have to wait for them to heal. So if I have other units that are regenerating about as much health as the Lancer, I'm effectively waiting the exact same period of time, but now I'm up the food and the spare resource. So, hello, Miss Ariella, how are you doing? Of course, Uncle Cranky and Miss Ariella are both from the same region and play League. You don't believe that I'm live? Well, this is the trick. It is in fact a live broadcast, but it's the chat that's a rerun. So Miss Ariella is quoting her favorite Beatles song, Revolution 9 from the White Album. For those of you wondering why she's writing numbers in my chat. But while I'm here, it's time for introductions. I don't know if Uncle Cranky and Miss Ariella have met, but Uncle Cranky is an Aussie in New Zealand, and he has been doing... What were you playing most recently? I've sort of stopped in a couple of times, but like right before I go to bed. So I always like see you playing Mega Man, but I know that isn't the last thing that you were playing. I guess Outworld is probably. Oh no, you're playing Knights of the Old Republic. Sorry, my brain is completely gone. Coder of the Old Republic. So Uncle Cranky's been going through KOTOR. Apparently it's his first time. So for those of you who are fans of BioWare, for those of you fans of the science fiction epics that they put out, I'm so happy that Mass Effect inspired all these other developers to try these new science fiction worlds. Anyways, Cranky's doing KOTOR of the Old Republic for the first time. I've actually not played it myself, but he is a fine gentleman and very supportive of this channel. And then on top of that, we've got the lovely Miss Ariella, who I sort of got to see play Dauntless a little bit. It was very, very early in the morning, and I couldn't sleep. But Miss Ariella is an absolute sweetheart. I've had the pleasure of meeting her in Vancouver, although she is now back in Australia. And again, she's somebody who would be defined as a variety caster, but I think one of the things that's good for me, at least, is she does quite a few adventure games. She's very fond of point and click. She just did the 2 Book of Unwritten Tales games. I really enjoyed the ending of the Book of Unwritten Tales 2, which Ariella just recently did. But some of you may have also seen her around because she mods for Timorag, among, I'm sure, other fine streamers. And why in God's name did this guy run out ahead of the rest of his unit? That's frustrating. But again, Miss Ariella is a variety streamer who has to put up with a lot of my nonsense, and especially her mod Olaf T. Harry is definitely very patient with me being a complete goober in his. Oh, you haven't actually finished. Sorry, my apologies. I thought that was the end that I saw. So shows how much I was paying attention. Anyways, Ariella is an absolute delight as a streamer and one of the people who I've been able to catch live. But I do like recommending her because I do frequently hear from people saying. By the way, I'll just pause for a minute and say I really love the way like the coasts look on this. It's very pretty. I hear from a lot of people saying they like to see more story-based games, and for the people I can't make happy with that all the time, Miss Ariella is a very strong recommendation on that front, because she does story games both more often and much better than me, and those are two excellent reasons to check her out. So, anyways, I can upgrade the commanders. So this is my main character, Mahia Wateka. I had some plans for her originally, and then I completely lost them. So let's see. I've got Animal Discipline. Animal units in this hero's stack are more strictly handled and taken care of, giving animal and mounted units +5 health and 200 morale. So this would be very good for the Vorderon that I've gotten. We could do Aura of Guidance, so every unit in this hero's army has 10% increased accuracy. Cleansing Light is sort of nice because of the heal, and it's also, the nice thing about this one is that it only takes a single action, so I'm still able to move her after it. The only thing I don't like about it is that it takes, I only get one use of it. By the way, Miss Ariella, have you ever played any of the Age of Wonders games? I know Cranky gave Age of Wonders 3 a shot, and I think he was deeply offended by the fact that the tutorial mission has you play as the elves. But the big feature of the game is the fact that you can make any race and any class as your commanders. So if you play not the tutorial, or if you play one of the other campaign missions, you should still be in good shape. We could do Renewal. Again, that's a one turn only. I'd actually argue that Cleansing Light is probably better. Well, no, because you heal for more with Renewal. Visual Acuity gains 1 extra hex of range when in cover. That's a tempting one because I do frequently have her in range. Warcry is a tempting one just for the extra damage. If you think about it, I very frequently go for things like Ground Commander for the extra 10%. So in theory, being able to put down a 20% bonus at the start of the match is not bad. This is particularly good too because there's very few times where I'm actually able to get the hero in position to take down an enemy. Although I suspect Visual Acuity would help out with that. And then of course we can go for the usual suspects, things like Deadeye or Range Specialist and whatnot. I think so if I do Visual Acuity, I could get nothing else. Well, guess I could get Overwatch. Overwatch with the main hero seems like a very passive and boring way to play with them, though. So I'd have to wait. In either situation, I'm going to have to wait. I increase the expected damage if I give my people better armor. You know what? I'm going to do Animal Discipline. It's investing very heavily on the Vorderon, but the Vorderon is awesome because it can eat... It ate the penguins, for God's sake.
Incoming communication.
All right, Frank Vance, there's nothing between us yet, Mahina Wateka. I'd like to change that for the better. Defensive pact? I will not accept your trade offer until you provide full reconciliation of your previous actions against me. Sorry? Why is he so mad? I'm assuming it's probably because I brought down I probably put down a base near to him. You didn't play it so much enough as you read the tutorial intro to know that it was going to try and make you be... It doesn't try, it succeeds in making you be elves. I've never heard it referred to as the Inception sound, but you're absolutely right. That's exactly what that sounds like. All right, so again, we're currently hunting our quests. Let's move in on the bad guys. I'm slightly disappointed. All right. Well, somebody's got to pick up these goodies, so. The remains of this transport contain a salvageable energy pod worth 18 energy. Unfortunately, its destroyed systems reveal no data on the convoy's origin, destination, or what led to its destruction. So then, of course, I can turn around and join it. Again, this is sort of my slush unit because I just kind of put all the free units that I got for it. Again, we'll move as close as we can to our quarry. So it's going to take us 4 turns. We better make sure that we're prepared to take these guys on when the time comes. But again, I'm reasonably confident we'll be able to pull that off. Let's say we'll meet sort of in the middle here. So one thing I wanted to talk about in terms of Age of Wonders Planetfall, Age of Wonders has generally been good about this sort of overall. But what's really nice about Planetfall in particular is the way that the campaign is structured. So apparently decisions that you make in these particular levels will carry on and have consequences later on in the campaign. Because I've only done the campaign, I'm currently running through it right now, so it's not clear to me whether or not I've had different options available to me or quite what's going on with some of these changes. But I think it's an interesting feature for sure. And I think, strategy games, in one sense, I've talked about this a couple of times. You've got games like StarCraft, you've got, or BattleTech, you've got examples of really well-done stories in strategy games, and yet it definitely feels like one of these things that maybe you wouldn't, peg it as one of the most important things that you could include inside of a strategy game, right? Like generally you sort of imagine sort of these grognard types playing just for the mechanics. So I actually really like not just the variety of the species in Planetfall. I think they've done a really interesting sort of science fiction world that's really kind of unique, and I like a lot of the little story bits and the snippets from the different logs. But it's also kind of neat to see where this story's going. It's sort of all about the recovery of this lost empire. There's 2 extra scenarios that came in the Revelations DLC, and of course the next one has been announced, the Invasion, so that'll have a new faction and presumably a story campaign to come along with it as well. So I'm very interested in seeing where this is going. And again, it's always fun to run into a strategy game that has a little bit more of a story, just because it's one of these things you don't always take for granted. All right, Aldrasil as an unexploited sector, so that's presumably the Crimson Fissure Rift. Now notice our morale has fallen as a result of that. That's because having the geothermal instability causes that. But all right, the Fissure Rift. So once the hazard's gone, we'll get energy and industry, and there's a derelict power plant, and we'll get additional energy when it's an energy exploitation. So that's exactly what we will do. So again, the economy in this game is definitely quite a bit more straightforward. I could do an energy efficient assembly line, which will reduce the energy costs for units, or I could make buy now cost less. In this case, I'm going to do the energy efficient assembly line. I believe I'll be able to get both in the long run. But one of the main reasons why I want to lower the energy cost for units is that once I clear out the barracks, I'm going to be getting additional shields for each of the units that I produce from Aldrasil. So I want to start building this sector in such a way that I'm going to be able to I'm going to be able to take advantage of these bonuses. This also means I will potentially consider in some situations the buy now option. As it happens, though, we're only just getting back into the black as far as our energy is concerned. So I'll let nature take its course until we've uncovered the barracks. But this is one thing I want to prioritize fairly. I want to flag it as a fairly high priority to make sure that we're able to generate some new units out of Aldrasil as quickly as possible. Now, we've got one more turn before we remove the hazard. In fact, I believe the hazard affects my ability to heal. Yes, so I didn't think too carefully about that strategy. I do notice, however, we've got some Marauders running around. So one way or the other, I want to heal these units It's also possible that they're going to threaten the grazing ground, so we'll move them cautiously. As it turns out, if they decide to turn around, we're still going to be able to attack the barracks. But the one place I don't want to have them right now is in this inside this region. Oh, excellent! I didn't even think that we'd have this this unit here. This was my scout, so they're 918 strength. These guys are 1126. Okay, these guys actually mean business. The Phoenix Walker is no joke. I am reasonably confident in my ability to get my other units here for a cleanup job, so I think I'm going to focus on my other priorities right now. Miss Ariel is very confident about my ability to take on. So it's worth considering, like, just because this is a little bit like Stellaris. Just because a game assigns a number to your strength doesn't necessarily mean that that you have to believe it. So let's take a little look at what we've got in terms of what we'll be throwing after these autonom units. We've got a Lancer, which has got sort of the fire strike. We've got the Biomancer. Now the Biomancer is really more of a support unit. It heals. It does have the bio attack, but definitely their advantage is going to be augmenting our damage with the catalog ability. And then the bio damage is nice, but they usually tend to heal and buff. We've got the Huntress. Now, the nice thing about the Huntress, of course, is that she's able to drop the flash arrow and blind things. But, of course, on top of it, there's the bio damage that comes from the arrows. And then on top of that, we've got a couple of Shrikes, which have the laser repeaters. Again, that deals the same type of damage that the Lancer does, as well as some physical damage if it comes down to it. So then we take a look at what we're up against. So the Justicar is definitely an offensive unit. One of the big things about these guys is that they have arc weakness, so we don't really have anything to take them out as far as arc is concerned. But the biggest thing that I'm worried about is that we've got the Monitor, which gives a bonus to the other units, and then we've got a couple of Sentinels here, which also can get some bonuses in terms of aim. And then finally we've got a Golem, which is a very tough unit. And it does some damage when you if this thing gets close to you, it can be very difficult to deal with. So, and then of course finally there's the Phoenix Walker, which, I mean, just look at that thing, right? Please do not engage in melee is probably the label that this thing should be getting. And this one, in addition to being sort of the big bad wolf, it's got 70 health and 6 armor. It's got thermal resistance, which means that my heaviest damage dealers, or the majority of damage that I'm going to be doing, is probably the better way of phrasing it, is sort of negated by this unit here. So this is the challenge that I have, is that I can sort of accept a small difference in terms of the relative power of the two armies. But all of the methods that I have to try and take these guys out are pretty weak. So this was originally designed as a scouting unit, and I definitely have every intention of scouting out. There's definitely more lands that we can explore. And we have 9 turns, I believe, before we need to deal with this problem. So in order to disappoint Miss Ariella, I'm going to run away, but bravely run away, as only a masculine man can do. All right. If I want to see my energy keep going down, I can build military infrastructure and laser defense turrets. And what else can I do? Well, I can definitely prioritize industry and science in my capital. In fact, I can say prioritize everything but food. Because of course this has already been so this is this colony now. While I do want additional pops, this is currently at the point where it's feeding all of the other areas. So once I get 5 more colonists, we're gonna just automatically be generating more food, which is great. So I'm running around with the accounting a little bit, but this still doesn't answer the question: what do I want to do with my armies? So I could say, well, I've got the slush unit running around, but the fact of the matter is I have a commander that wants a proper army. So I could try building up some more units. The other alternative that I see is I save up for a colonizer. So if I wanted to save up for a colonizer, where would I be expanding out to? We've got sort of hazardous areas here. So actually, let's just think for a minute. I believe Aldrasil is at... Yeah, they're a megalopolis, so they've got 5 out of 5 sectors. All right, Miss Ariella, thanks a lot for stopping by. If you, if I get a chance to see you when you come back, I will sing your praises even more. There's some pretty tempting territory here. So there's a source of cosmite, there's the epigenic stimulation labs. So yes, the answer definitely is that I definitely want to put down another colony. So let's say I did one here. We could take 1, 2, 3, 4, or I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. All right, so I'm definitely going to build the colonizer. That means I'm going to boost out the energy. Uncle Cranky also says, I need to duck out briefly too, Chalk. I need to see if the barber's open and if they will be willing to tame this mighty facial fuzz that you're cultivating. All right, all our barbers are still closed here, so good luck to you. My beard is definitely getting a little kind of squiggly. This is the thing. I've had a beard before, so I know you can't just sort of like sit down and let the thing grow. But the whole reason I'm growing it is so I can be lazy. So, anyways, looking forward to seeing your handsome face on your next stream. All right, so Ovenville is our capital. We said we were going to save up for a colonizer, so I'm going to do exactly that. Looks like they want me to lock in the decision to generate energy. There might be an argument for doing science as well, but I'll leave it be for now. All right, we've got an invasion in the grazing grounds, but of course we're already dealing with that.
Sector annexed.
All right, we're ready to go. So just had a lot of restrictions lifted overnight. Things are allowed to open again. Excellent. I hope that also means your job search is going to go a lot easier now that stuff is reopening. So, but please don't let me keep you from your appointment. Now again, the mission that we're on right now is to find this. Okay, looks like the game's going to force our hand. Well, as is usual, we already outnumber them, so I'll auto-combat because, you know, the AI can let me do that. All right, and actually this is nice. They basically just gave us 20 food for attacking us. So this is why, by the way, I know I always say, oh, okay, so I'm just going to waste my, energy on defenses. It's not a waste. The turrets I'm a little less enamored with because you can't control them. But for all of the other stuff, building some garrisons means that you can free your units to go and do other nasty things to your opponents. So we've cleared out the threat. Now the big question here is whether or not I want to try the Paragon Barracks. I'll take a quick peek about... Well, we're a bit weak to be doing this right now. If I do auto combat, I'm probably going to lose stuff. Yeah. So let's retry and see what we can... See if I can do better. Again, my hope here is to not to lose units. So some of these mechanical units are definitely going to be a struggle, but I can see this working. So, my leader. My big question is, am I able to target? No. So I'm going to do something that seems a little reckless here. I'm actually going to run her forward and not take any kind of cover. And sort of my main reasoning for doing this is that I am reasonably confident that I'm going to be able to keep her alive when all is said and done. What's less clear to me, though, is what's going on with the rest of my units. So the Vorderon, I'm going to get into a spot where they're going to be able to start munching on the enemy units. Again, it's pretty unlikely that I'm going to be able to deliver any serious damage this time around, but if I can get my people in place for the counterattack, we're in good shape. This is a little bit of a threat here because there's only one tile between me and the leader. And then this one I'm going to put my Lancer behind full cover because, again, they're not necessarily in the strongest position. And then finally, the Rift Generator is a little bit of a concern for me, so I'm going to sort of move the Lightbringer out to the flanks, but the hope is that they'll be able to deal with that. So again, we don't really have anything that we can do on the first turn here. I'm very curious to see how they respond to the... This is sort of the bait. I want to see whether or not they take it. Alright. Well, that's not too surprising that they went for the... They went for the AoE. Alright, so the dimensional desync is the reason why I'm scared of the Rift Generator. Interesting. I will admit I wasn't expecting some of these moves.
Operations ready.
Okay, so here's what I'm... oh, that's right, because of all the staggering. Okay, so I was originally going to move them right away, but it seems to me... Oh yeah, they really did a number on us. So I do kind of want to prioritize this unit. So let's just get a quick view of their stats. Alright, so they have a thermal weakness. This is something that I can take advantage of because we have a thermal grenade. She's holding a thermal detonator! Okay. Now, I also think I need to get the Vorderon in play, so let's try and eat the Lancers right away. Excellent. Alright, so that's some extra health.
Enemy eliminated.
Now, the dimensional instability is a major inconvenience for this unit. What I'm going to do, though, is I'm going to move them to a pretty hard flank. This does mean I'm not able to do a defensive move with them right now, but basically here's what dimensional desync does. Unit is immune to damage but cannot use abilities. So in this case I'm going to take advantage of the positioning. Now, the real question is... No, I can't do any damage to these jokers. Alright, so this puts me... So originally I was going to try and be a lot more aggressive with this Lancer, but I'm not in a great spot with them right now. So I'm going to move them back. This isn't a really protected position, but I need to... I mean, I basically, at this point, I'm just going to hope that I can force them to commit. What I could try and do would be the protective growth. That's going to take up all of my turns. Yeah, you know what? So they can't move, but they are going to get healed. Alright, it looks like they're scared of the Vorderon. Don't blame them. Okay, I'm pretty okay with them focusing down the Vorderon. It is unfortunately stunned. But I should have a couple of units coming online. Ooh. Alright, that's really inconvenient. Holy crap! Alright, well,
Unit destroyed.
The whole point on this wasn't to lose units, so... Oh yeah, I said that was a really bad habit that I was getting into. Okay, so what I need to start doing... Okay, I know how I'm going to solve myself of these bad habits. I kind of take these... So I was sitting on the fence about whether or not I should wait and heal. What I'm going to do next time is I'm going to decide ahead of time whether or not I will... Like, so this one I'm kind of trying to see what I can get away with. But it's occurred to me that this is like I said, this is starting to turn into a habit where I wind up... I wind up playing battles in such a way I spend longer on the game, and I play in such a way that it's impossible for me to actually take the... it's impossible for me to lose a unit. So I'm kind of locked into this one now. But in future, what I'm going to do... Like, so for this one, what I probably would have done in practice... Again, this is prime for a missile, but I'm okay with the Vorderon running interference there. What I'll do next time is I'll say, okay, this is a serious fight, and if it's not a serious fight, then I won't take it. I forgot that I was playing this way the last couple of streams, and I feel like I can do better. All right, that's a pretty brutal stun that they just put on me.
Operations ready.
So here, I'm going to do something a little crazy. I'm going to run the Lancer right up the middle. So again, this is a unit that's weak to fire. But we're going to drop the protective growth on them right away. So the reason I'm doing it this particular way is that they're a defensive unit right in the heart of the enemy... of sort of the enemy's position. That gives me a little more power, and I think the way we are right now, I think I'm just going to start taking pieces off the board.
Enemy annihilated.
I may move her. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I want to do with her yet. I am, however, a little... Oh, that's right. Dimensional instability. We've got that for 2 turns. I want to test exactly how much I can get away with on this. And they did a pretty good job of making sure that I wouldn't be in range. So the worry I have here is that the Lightbringer is now a prime target for this mech. We'll see what happens. Well, that's really interesting. I thought protective growth was supposed to protect her from this stuff. All right.
Peace.
So, I mean, if I can't get the benefit of the protective growth, I wouldn't do that, right? So, I suppose at least if I'm gonna be a scumbag on the saves, I can at least take away a couple of good lessons. So it's clear that the missiles are able to stun my guy. Again, I could save myself a lot of these problems if I would just read the unit abilities. But here's what we're gonna do. So I still want the Vorderon to take point. It can eat stuff and get health back. I do need to make sure that absolutely nobody is in danger of a of a missile. So nobody's stacking up anymore. She worked reasonably well up here last time. Again, I want to be cautious about anywhere the AI might be able to do some significant damage to my units. This one I'm technically not being set up for defense, but there's also very few ranged units that'll be able to do some damage to me here. So let's see whether or not that positioning does anything else for me. Presumably they still overcharge the mech, it's their strongest unit, so that doesn't really surprise me. Yeah, there's some pretty substantial stagger that they're able to deliver on this first turn, so maybe the other mistake that I'm making is
Operations ready.
how quickly I'm willing... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, they basically just shut me down the first turn. There's really not a lot I can do about that. Okay. Well, I'm going to start with the Inferno Ravage. I don't think it will knock them out of place. Yeah, that won't even... Oh, maybe it'll take them out.
Enemy killed.
So then, of course, the question is, how brave do I want to get with my Lancer? I can go into melee range, but then I start facing down one of the soldiers. I am still going to try this this healing thing, so I'm not 100% clear on exactly how I guess it's the defensive maybe it's this guy who does it? I gotta see what ability they're using to pull me out. Anyway, we are desynced for 2 turns. So again, I'm gonna get really dramatic here and run her right up the middle. And it looks like, oh, that's right, because I killed something, I get a free attack. So I could throw a grenade, but that's not going to go far enough. So in this case, we'll just poke the rift generator. So let's see what magic happens. Alright, well, we kind of knew that was coming. Jesus Christ. Alright. I think at this point we'll just say, let's heal up and be patient. And I'm going to try and be a little bit better to remind myself, okay, you have to commit to a particular path and no more of this. So like the problem I'm running into is sort of this this weird idea of expediency, where it's like, okay, well, I don't really want to waste the I don't really want to waste the stream's time, you know, rebuilding a bunch of minor units just so I can go and collect some like little science pod or whatever. But what I'm completely failing to recognize is that I'm not necessarily saving any time by having to redo combat multiple times over, and what it's doing is it's trivializing most of the fights that I go up against, because I mean, it's the same reason why Civilization got sort of a seed for its RNG, or XCOM has it. You don't want to basically have somebody get an unlucky roll and reload their game to have the, you know, to be able to just wait until everything kind of comes up in their favor. So I think there's some benefits to that. Like, you can definitely learn, as I'm fond of saying, like, you definitely learn quite a bit when you let a game clobber you. But like in this case here, I need to just calm down. I need to be a little more thoughtful in terms of my moves. And, you know, I also need to be a little more accepting of losses. Like, in the end, it's, you know, it's content, right? It's not like it's bad if I suffer a defeat, especially if I do something stupid. I should be feeling the effects of that. So this is the Laid to Rest quest. So I can at least get some idea about what I'm up against in that area. I think I'm gonna move to this edge just because it'll. Okay, it's an energy stash, so that's particularly welcome. It's very unlikely that I'm actually going to be able to do this. I'm going to be able to do this quest with this unit anyway. But doesn't hurt to look. All right, so we're still waiting on these guys. This is the same problem we ran into last time, obviously. In this case, we're just going to sit and wait and heal up before I consider, you know, I consider engaging with the barracks. Hodin. Let's start by giving them their sector upgrades and then the botanical gardens. And then I suppose I'm still going to do the energy assembly line. It's very unlikely that Hodin is going to be producing units, but I don't use buy now a lot, and I definitely don't have a lot of other units that oh, crap. So I think the whole reason I made Hodin was so that I can get that Cosmite. So I've got 4 places I can expand to. Most of the places I can expand to have some kind of a hazard. I have units in the area that can get rid of the geothermal instability, so I will annex it, but this is going to... I do not give a damn if Frank Vance gets mad about that.
Production ready. Happiness event in colony.
Oh, very nice. Okay. Oh, wait, and Aldrasil is at... It's at its peak, so they shouldn't be taking food anymore. I missed that. I missed that detail. So here we're gonna share half, and we're gonna prioritize definitely energy. I'm basically gonna prioritize everything but food if I can. And again, like, it's ideally I still get growth in these places, right? Because more people means I have more people. Like, I have things that can work the tiles, but I'm at the point right now where I do actually want to be getting everything online, and I want to be blobbing out my territory as quickly as possible. So a few other things I'm going to be doing in the next few turns. So once we clear out these jokers, I need to clear out the dimensional instability, or the geothermal instability, obviously. I also need to double back and get the growth off of my Cosmite. But again, that's a lower priority than finishing this mission. I then eventually will turn around and finish off the work that we were supposed to be doing here. But you know, it's a... I gotta prioritize with what I have available. Of course, the other point of having the hero down here is to do get a little bit of healing, shore up my infrastructure, so that we can start moving her towards the top right corner of the map as well. Although, given the fact that I'm moving somewhat aggressively on the borders of the Vanguard, it's possible that we may suffer some consequences. It depends on how forgiving it is for this kind of expansion. Frank has captured your claim sector. Frank has captured the Bridal Orchard. Because of your claims on the sector, you've gained a casus belli on Frank, allowing you to declare war on them with popular support. We'll be watching your movements closely. Any threat to our colonies will be eliminated. So let's see if we can... no, I will not buy for... So let's try and neutralize the casus belli. Our relationship is trouble, and I cannot accept your trade offer at this time. So let's see if we can get... I'm going to try and get some of the goodwill from taking out their friends, basically, and then we'll see if we can get the relationship back on track. I mean, the fact of the matter is, I really wanted that sector with the Cosmite. They took it, and so at this point, I kind of need to recover something for myself. Hoodin can only gain one more sector, so there might be a little bit of conflict if we claim the Carib Wilderness. It is an attractive one because of the food. But I may be willing to claim something, further back. So, well, yeah, this is the problem. Like, if I take this river, it's better than if I claimed this sector. So, I suppose the other thing I could have tried would have been not to claim this sector, but instead to claim this one and this one. In fact, now that I think of it, if I want another colony, I could probably build one, somewhere in this area. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe like a fifth up here. Again, that gets aggressive on the Vanguard, but I'll think about it. Okay, so these guys were... The Meltdown Crucible Rift is supposed to be getting energy. That's the whole reason I claimed it. Move you as close as possible to the baddies. I want to get this rift dealt with as soon as possible because it's going to be a liability for morale. And that is obviously a fairly heavy energy and cosmite cost, but that's life. Now, this is my scout unit, so we've already got our extra energy. I'm still looking for... Alright, so that's the Laid to Rest quest. And then we have Scientific Reclamation. So yeah, let's go see what we're up against on Laid to Rest. Again, part of this is just scouting, but if I can find other opportunities, I'll take them. Alright. I'll wait one more turn. Given how much trouble I had with that last event. Now, I do need to decide where I want my home base to be. So there's definitely going to be another conflict with... Alright, so they took the Cosmite. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. They're going to be unhappy that I'm claiming the quarantine zone, but... I mean, look, it's... I'm not gonna just turn over because they want to claim everything else.
Sector annexed.
Deal with it.
Let the light bringers burn brightly.
send a gleam across the bay, that the poor struggling souls adrift in the dark torrents may guide their vessels safely ashore. Lucala Candelieri, guardian of photons.
So this is a pretty big one for me because this is the last unit that I wasn't able to sort of replace if I lost them in combat. So this was a bit of a milestone for me, which I'm happy to pick up. I don't quite know where I'm going technology-wise, and if you can just give me a quick second here, I have a haunting fear that I actually didn't tag myself as Age of Wonders Planetfall. It's usually a naughty thing to do, so I'd just like to take a quick minute here and double-check that it's... Yes, it is. Oh, but I did forget to adjust the stream title, so just give me one quick second here. Well, it's kind of where it should be, so... Age of Wonders. Revelations. So the reason why this is not really helpful for Twitch, although in some cases people want to know whether or not a DLC is being played. But what I do is I try to put the game title in the title to help people on YouTube. I actually don't have a lot of time for people who complain thinking that a video is going to be one thing when it turns out not to be another. I already have sort of made a couple of concessions in that front by clearly indicating that something is a stream. If you read the description of stuff that already came from Twitch, it says that it comes from Twitch. So people who kind of come in thinking that it's going to be some sort of audiobook reading or something along those lines, that's their assumption. I can't be held responsible for the fact that they had, a set of expectations that I, had no intention of and certainly did not create, right? It's unfortunate that people are disappointed, but obviously I cannot know the contents of everyone's head. I can't know that for one person, let alone the broader group. But with that in mind, especially when people are looking for particular games, it's nice to at least be able to have some marker inside of it, and it's not too much of a burden on the Twitch stream to do that. So, all right, so we got Luminescence. Luminance. This is going to give me the Fists of Fury. But again, it does sort of invite the question as to what my next step is going to be. I can go a bit deeper down the tree if I'm willing to spend sort of 10 turns, but I might want to reconsider just what my longer term goals are. So for instance, Perseverance, we've got the Healing Pulse, dispel hostile effects from all biological and cyborg units in the area of effect and heal them for 20, but it's only used once per battle. Negate for 2 turns. Target friendly unit is immune to all damage, but they cannot move or use abilities during this time. Interesting. Not entirely sure this is one I want to hang on to, but Sway Ideology. So yeah, these are some nice strategic abilities, but I feel like I'm already going to be using up my strategic abilities for other things. We've got Volatile Afflictions. So this will change to arc damage. Now this would be helpful against the Autonom. The Corrosive Detonator is also kind of nice because of the reduction to armor. Now I'm not able to use it right now because it takes 3 tactical points, but we'll be able to work around that. Forest Genesis is also rather tempting because of the bonuses that I get towards being able to change the sector type. So I think I might actually wind up going for Forest Genesis just because it's fairly cheap and I can see myself getting some advantages from that. All right, let's again getting into position. If I can, I'd love to get the commander in place, but I don't want to. Oh, actually. She's almost ready to go. So yeah, we've got 1 turn before I need to worry about failing this mission. As usual, we're going to keep doing our scouting thing. I do have a higher priority for finishing the quest for the Vanguard, though, because there's definitely going to be some headbutting over some of the sectors, and my hope is that we're not going to be so tied up in it that I push us into a war. But I definitely have every interest in sort of asserting my claims. All right. Let's see if I can make it work with these guys. So let's, I'll do tactical operations. This might cost me a little energy, but let's see how the AI does. Hey, we didn't lose anyone. Oh, we get a walker. All right, well, that's great news. Let's get her... I think I'm going to get her on the Vanguard mission as soon as possible then. So the great news for Eldrassil, of course, is we're now at a point where this should be generating as many. This should be generating all of my light units for the extra shields. There is a small. There is actually a small danger in making something like Eldrassil become the
production ready,
sort of the sole source of my units.
Production ready.
But the fact of the matter is, like, I don't have that much infrastructure to be able to support that many other units at the moment anyway.
Happiness event in colony.
Okay, extra production is always
Happiness
welcome.
event in colony. Empire task completed.
Oh, that's right. It's about the non-aggression pact.
Empire task completed.
All right. So I am building a colony. So as a hypothetical, let's say I took 1, 2, 3, 4 in the surrounding area. So if I built another colony, I could take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. There is some sense in producing another colonizer. I noticed the cosmite cost goes up quite a bit. But I definitely like having sort of a fully painted in map, so. I suppose one thing that's helping me out is the fact that we have a non-aggression pact, so even though they hate me, I can sort of rub it in their face. So let's start, we'll do the usual setup, so a biofarm to get the growth up. Recreational dome and botanical gardens, and I think I'm actually gonna preempt with some infrastructure. The main reason for this is we are in some pretty hostile territory, and all of my military units are going to be occupied, sort of going on all of these other missions. So it's probably a good idea for me to. Oh, and very important step, we need to take so that we can boost our food. Yeah, we're in some pretty hostile territory without a lot of units in the area to sort of protect us. So I am a bit worried about my cosmite situation. I've claimed the sectors with them. So like if I compare myself to the Vanguard, right? The Vanguard have got 2 cosmite centers. I have 2, but I haven't cleared anything out from them. Now, technically neither of the Vanguard, but I have a feeling that the Vanguard are probably a little more interested in playing to win than I am. So I got to keep that in mind. All right, colony infrastructure.
Breakthroughs in gravitic containment and inertial dampening systems intended to facilitate increased cosmite production prove to have serendipitous applications in mass transit systems across a variety of terrains, allowing for more efficient transport across colonies where this technology is deployed. Dr. Aksanik, Chief Researcher, Magtech Inc.
So this is one of the reasons why I am building this extra colony unit, because I think, oh, actually, you know what? I might have the wrong one. Maybe it was environmental. There's one where... Yes, reducing travel time within the domain. That's a pretty big one for me. Now, again, I need to make some decisions about what shape my empire is going to take. So aquatic development makes sense because I have a couple of coastal tiles now. I think I'm going to anything that takes more than 10 turns, I'm going to set that aside for now. So aquatic development is very tempting. Research development is also very tempting, but that's I'm going to have to switch some of my sectors to actually be generating research. I've been neglecting that so far. Celestial Reign is kind of tempting because of the sort of the doctrines, especially the fact that I get an additional doctrine slot. We've got Celestial Judgment. Not everyone can be shown the light through talking in scriptures. Some will be forced to bend the knee to our teachings. Your enlightened units gain 10% added damage to non-enlightened units, which is basically everyone. And Karmic Amplification. We accept everyone we could possibly sway to follow the Celestian way. By aiding others, we reveal to them the one and only truth. The cooldown for requesting a new quest from a faction is reduced by 1 turn. I'm really bad at asking for those quests, by the way. While active factions will make demands at a slower rate. I definitely think Celestial Judgment is worth getting. Now, the big problem here is I've also neglected, area surveillance, covert infiltration, and whatnot. I think I'm still going to go for Celestial Reign just because I think that doctrine is so powerful. But I do want to actually take some time in my operations tree because if I feel like I'm short on tactical points and strategic points, it's because I haven't invested in here. All right, so let's just switch out. I don't know who I want to get out of here right now. I'm going to take the Mega Beetle Baby. They'll become their own unit. And again, the aim here is to wrap up the quest. So if I do auto combat, they lost the Mega Beetle Baby, so this will not do. I do kind of like this option because I feel like it saves, it saves me the time. I kind of know that this is one I should be getting through without too much difficulty, although this is a very similar kind of group to one that I had trouble with before. But little things like losing the beetle and whatnot annoy me a bit, just because, I feel like if I were to be playing myself, I would specifically pull units that were in danger of being lost out of the conflict. So I just want to get an idea of what this guy's range is like. They can move out here, and they've got 1, 2, 3, let's say 4. All right, so they can actually do some harm. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to force them to decide if they want to go after my... So again, it's important to remember this is the slush unit. I am not necessarily invested in a huge amount of survival for these guys. This isn't a huge amount of protection, but it's a start. Obviously, I'm also sitting beside something explosive, so they might want to target this, but we'll see. These people a little more obviously benefit from the cover. Now this unit, I actually want to basically just run straight into the middle of the fight if I can. Although I did not know that the Scitech staff is a ranged weapon. The Paragon Guard, it's the same as their unit. I don't really have a lot of cover for them to be going behind right now. This is not my favorite move in the world, but it may open some possibilities for me. It depends on how heavily they engage with this force. And my Swift Beak. Again, I'm setting up a flank if I can. But I'm also potentially setting myself up for some damage. Alright, so I am able to do a bit of damage here. Whether it'll be worth it is a whole other question, but clearly I hate these things. So Let's talk about the specific abilities that these things have. So this is a rift generator. I tried to warn them. General Musclebox's last words were, "It's just a rift, fly over it." That's when the large donut-shaped ship projected a pulsating dimensional rift into the center of the company. Gravity shifted sideways, time skipped, vehicles, men, aircraft phase shifted in all directions. The General's vehicle rematerialized in a stone wall. Being unable to breathe solid rock, he died. My turret was rendered out of phase with reality. Our shots had no effect, passing through targets. The upside was we were intangible as the Void Tech weapon decimated the colony's defenses. Mareg Nib, RV3498X, Dimensional Explorations. So distortion rift coils they're sort of like, I think these are the standard attack, but it does potentially cause dimensional instability, which is a debuff. Dimensional desync is the one that really freaks me out. So 10 strength chance to apply dimensional desync to the target for 2 turns, making it immune to damage, but unable to use abilities. On failure, it applies dimensional instability. And then there's Dimensional Rift, causing a minor rift to manifest in a 1 hex radius area, dealing damage and teleporting targets 3 hexes in a random direction. It staggers units, which is unfortunate, and causes dimensional instability, which again is one that drives me nuts. So I kind of undervalue Void Tech with this one, and again, it's because I am a very simple man who likes to shoot things. But this can be an absolutely devastating unit, depending on the circumstances. So, one question I need to ask with this unit... Nope, we've got some protection. So again, this is a leader. I should probably be getting a little more bold with them. Oh, I will admit I was not expecting to actually hit anything. Now, I'm sort of setting myself up for another tragedy with a rocket. I figure it can't hurt to inflict some blinds on rival units. Oh, this is the Biomancer. All right. Generally, I do not want to see my my medic unit rushing up to enemies like that, but I suppose we're committed to it now. So, okay, I would not have chosen this path normally. I got careless, and we will see what the consequences of these decisions are in a minute. This will, however, probably incentivize the mech to target the group that's not flanking. So, we'll see how it turns out. Well, that sucks. We have moved them back. That's kind of welcome. Yikes. That's some pretty devastating damage. I definitely need to respect this Paragon unit a lot more than I have. This is not good on the Biomancer. You're kidding me. I did not think they had that kind of range. Okay.
Operations available.
Oh my god. Wow. Okay. I clearly need to get them out of here. So they were... Originally, I was going to set them up to heal their allies, but I need to get them out of danger first. So here's what I need to be focusing on before I do anything else with these units. These units ideally are a cleanup crew. So because they've spent their time focusing on these guys here, I need to make sure that they pay for what they've done. And move my people in for sort of some best replies. What will this do? So Dark Vine, target a ground unit to shackle it with Dark Vine that grasps their mind. They gain filled with despair. Bonus damage against units with soul burn. Alright. And then I can also do a war cry. Who gets affected by it? Not quite enough people. I can still see this working, though. So right now I'm just moving people in to take advantage of the war cry. This unit is also not able to do much. But again, I want to deliver the buff first. Now I want to give him something to think about. This will not get a flanking attack, but again, this is a slightly more expendable unit. Oh, Jesus. I did not think that that was going to end the turn. That sucks. I really wish they explained that better. Alright, this might have to be one that I take another mulligan on, and I'm going to be really upset with myself for doing it. Because the whole point of, like, the war cry was so that I could take my, you know, I spend the 1 point and then I get my hero to do some crazy stuff to make them pay for what they did. Crap. Right, well, I'll do the best that I can with the Vine Sprout that I got, but... Okay. So, throw whatever fire we can at the big guy. So this is going to take her out of cover, but if I can take this thing out, that gives us a new lease on life.
Annihilated.
All right, welcome. Okay, now looks like I'm not actually able to target this guy in an extremely weird turn of events. I guess it's because this unit I wound up blocking rather than helping. So I suppose the question is, do I want to try and go around the nope. Opportunities as good here as it is anywhere else, so... now these guys are starting to look rather foolish for where they are right now. So let's move them up. I don't think I can charge. Yeah, charging doesn't do much, so... so yeah, we've got a big question now in terms of what am I going to do to try and make the most of this. I don't think they have any more AoE effects. I kind of have to hope they don't have any more AoE effects. So I'll do the chip damage that I can, and we'll see what the rest, what the next turn brings me. Oh right, I forgot. These riflemen have infinite range. That's... I'm not taking that. I know I said I was not going to be doing any of the reloads, but stuff like saying that a war cry takes it's a single action, I read that as you still get the rest of your turn. All right, well, I'll try and do it as similar to last time as before. So the real shame about this one is that normally I do like a war cry back here and carry on with the turn, but clearly I have an opportunity to do damage on this enemy. So again, it's more or less going to be the same setup. It's possible they may throw the missile at us here. I've sort of given them the opportunity, but we'll see how it goes. So these guys weren't too effective last time. I'm not crazy about moving people up without defensive maneuvers, especially given the fact we know that they can... On their first turn that they have an encounter with us, there's some really heavy AoE effects and whatnot that they can deliver on us. What I'm going to do here is I'm not going to... like, ideally, I don't have to deal with the rockets at all. I'm am presenting them an opportunity in this little area here. But I don't want to, like, I don't want to present them an opportunity that's, like, you know, you'd have to be a fool not to take it. The other good news is that at the start of the combat, for some reason I mistook my Biomancer for my archers, so... Alright, so this is sort of the A-team. I don't really want these people to be taking as much damage if I can avoid it. So what I'm going to be doing with these people, I want to try and prioritize the Rift Generator if I can. I suspect we're still not going to be able to take them out, but if I can do things to make them uncomfortable, that's I think an acceptable second best. Alright, the Lancer's not able to do anything right now, so let's see what else we can do with the Huntress. Alright, so we sort of face the same problem here. I'll move the people that I can up, and then I'm also just going to make sure that there's enough space between everyone to stop them from presenting really attractive targets. It does, however, leave me with fewer options about where to put this Lancer. So I think the one exception I'll make is I'll hide them behind this tree so that the two of them can kind of rush into that gap. Okay, so now all of this needs to be making sure that I don't give them a good candidate for a rocket. I am slightly nervous about putting people beside exploding car. Yeah. I'll put them here. The thing that scares me is they might want to throw a rocket to blow up that car, which indirectly harms this unit, so... I do want to have my Biomancer in the action, but not... I don't think scan... Yeah, I'm going to save the scan. And then the real question here is, like, do I think it's worth doing some chip damage on the Fanatic? To me, the answer to that is no. So we will move the Shrike up, but we'll move them sort of close to a less attractive target. So again, this isn't ironclad, but I hope that this will this will stop a lot of the massive debuffs on my best units. Again, no surprise that they're overcharging their mech. Interesting. Christ almighty. So that thing's dead.
Unit down.
That dimensional instability attack is extremely frustrating to deal with. But, I mean, all of that is me, you know, I took those losses fair and square, so I'm going to have to live with that. That is a shame, though, because that Lancer was quite a good unit. Alright. Now, there might be an opportunity here. I'm hoping this will kill the Overwatch. Brilliant. So that, of course, opens us up to give a Shock Spear to the mech. I guess the question is, who do I hate more? I can deliver fire with this thing, so let's see if we can take out the... Not quite. But I have other people who can still do damage.
Enemy killed.
Cool. All right. So obviously the rift generator's now public enemy number 1. I do need to remember that they still have grenades, and grenades probably don't require the same aim as some of the other abilities. But I can start being a little more aggressive in my maneuvers. Obviously, I've been a bit too passive with some of my melee units. Well, maybe not obviously, but it does look like I've been a bit too passive with some of my melee units. I will put up the... Oh, damn it. I'm just shy. Alright. So, this looks like the only unit I can really attack. That's a bit of a shame. Well, at least we got a crit. What do I do with this Huntress? There's really not much I can do. I just have to get her to go after the shield bearers. So again, how involved do I want the Biomancer? This is risky. She's not going to do enough damage, but I will catalog the infantry because they drive me absolutely bonkers with their range. I can sort of live with the Fanatic running around buffing people, because I'm fairly confident in my ability to take these guys down when the time comes. Yeah, we knew that was coming. Huh. I wasn't expecting that one, though. Alright. So clearly the best option with a unit like this is to try and engage in melee when you can. Now if I want, I can try and whack him with my thorns. I could also try and grow some tendrils to... you know what, let's just take the... We'll take the piece off the board.
Enemy destroyed. Enemy destroyed.
I'm going to focus a little bit more. Are you kidding me? Huh. I did not think... Oh, because it's the dimensional instability that causes that. Alright. I'm assuming that also applies to Overwatch. Alright, then... Let's hope we deliver on this guy. Alright.
Enemy down.
So these guys are in a little bit of danger. I can try and use the Biomancer to cure them of what ails them. But right now I'm going to take advantage of the Huntress to try and strip down the armor. Again, depending on how weak this guy is, the Biomancer is either going to heal a weak unit or the Biomancer is going to do some extra damage. Oh, but this guy can get taken out in a...
Enemy killed.
Alright. So, seems to me it's probably a good time for me to consider healing up that Paragon Guard. If I can. Alright. I suspect there's not a lot that we're going to be able to do with that Fanatic right now. But I also don't think the Fanatic has AoE. I hope it doesn't have it, based on how I've moved, but... I'm okay running the... So again, because I thought this was a melee unit, I gave her sort of the Gloom Cloud to help with what I thought would be her main line of attack. But that's fine. I'll try and make the setup work. didn't exactly plan this properly, but we should be able to get a few sources of damage on him. Alright, he's a little too far away. Oh, looks like the Huntress does have an angle. It's a little hard to tell from this angle, but... And then, of course, I'm assuming one of the flying units will be able to come in and wrap up the job if we're in dire straits. I don't mind keeping people out in the open like this because the number of people who are going to be moving against him, even if we have a couple of misses... My bigger worry is the damage I'll do to my own units rather than... rather than any particular ability the Fanatic has. So in this case, I don't mind stacking people up and keeping them out of cover.
Victory is ours.
All right. So I mean, again, that's a shame because that was an expert condemning Lancer that we lost. Where originally it would have been a Mega Beetle Baby that we lost. So, but that's, I mean, I did say I need to start sort of start learning to accept those losses. So what we will do, yeah, this is an interesting question. This unit definitely needs to rebuild. This is the start of a new... Okay, I'm actually going to keep the Slush unit together. So we'll move these folks as one. So Aldrassil is on its way. I think we're probably going to arrive a little early to have this new unit be built. But actually, you know what? We'll get the Condemning in the queue now, and we can move them ahead of... Actually, I'll give it one turn, because then I'll get the discount. But yeah, Aldrassil will get them to produce the new unit right away. Okay, this is my leader, so... Yes, we are on our way to clearing out the Vanguard. I do need to think about how we're going to get rid of these Autonom, because that is coming due in 5 turns. Let's actually, before I get too crazy, let's just see how long it's going to take me. So that would take me 3 units. You know what? I'm going to take the 3 turns to... Let's get the leader to show what they're made of. That'll also let me start clearing out a few of the other things that are getting in the way of my my expansion. All right, this is the scout unit. So again, I don't mind taking the time to... All right. 874. These are not... So they're not pushovers. They are Xenoplague, so it's going to be a bit... it's going to be a bit hair-raising. It does look like they have biochemical weakness, though. So we are rather well suited for dealing with them. I wouldn't put this group... Oh, actually... If I want a high-quality Lancer, I can send them off right away. All right, Frank Vance has completed the Diplomat. Relationship with Amazon's changed to friendly.
Production ready.
This is as it should be. All right, and the relationship is improved with the growth. Our symbiosis has been altered, Mahino Watega, now available for trade. So I'm at my limit in terms of influence, so I want to make sure that I'm getting at least something from the growth. But I also know that I'm going to ask them to leave a few tiles, so I don't want to spend all of it. So we sense your attempts to contact Mother Node, Mahino Watega. What is it that you seek? So, I can get some operations. So verdant growth, each food sector now provides an additional 15 food. These are units. Oh, we don't even have the spores yet. Wow. Oh, that's right. I see where we're going now. So euphoric spores, unit releases euphoria-inducing spores, giving euphoric to itself and all adjacent biological and cyborg units. These units gain 400 morale and ignore morale penalties. They also get health, regeneration spores, heal adjacent friendly biological units for 10. That also gives them an extra 10 health. Or I can go for poison glands with the bees. I do rather like... Well, you know what? I'm going to keep verdant growth because this is something I can actually see myself using reasonably soon. And then, of course, we're going to be topping up the influence. I do actually potentially have a use for that doctrine. Obviously, it's kind of hard to argue that I really, really need to... I really need to be spending some influence so that I can, I can gain the 7, but this is something I was going to be buying from them anyway. Now, I believe on Ovenwill I was saving up to buy a new colony ship. Yes, but I have not yet got the Cosmite. That is definitely going to be a huge drag on my growth. Okay.
Soylent Green Serum by Terratech yields hyperactive plant growth. This breakthrough can cover whole fields with entangling overgrowth instantly, and even regenerate whole forests. Just don't ask what it's made of. That's a secret that has cost many lives. Charlene Hester, botanist, Terratech Labs.
That is a particularly nicely done. I do enjoy some of the puns that they put in this. Okay. I'm sort of back to the problem I had before, which is where do I want to go with my advances? So I don't want... What I should have been doing is seeking out the rival Amazon group so that I can get a really clear idea of what I'm up against. And there are... Yeah. The Vanguard aren't anywhere to give me an idea about what they're weak to. So Marauders... Okay, I'm not exactly excited by the arc damage, but I know it's something that people are weak to, and it does at least get me closer to specialized strains. Yeah, we'll do Volatile Afflictions. It's cheap, and it's it does potentially give me a type of attack that'll be helpful against enemies I know we've gone after.
For priming.
Okay, so if I want, I could do rapid reforestation on non-forest sectors. So let's just take a look at what we've got within our borders, because I'm pretty sure most of what I've got is forested. Well, this isn't. There used to be a decent breakdown of how all this works, but I know they changed this system. So let's just do the comparison to... So we've got Wildland Woods, which is Arcadian and Forest. So Forest gives me industry and food compared to grazing grounds. So the question is, do I want to give up science in order to get industry? And I think the answer to that is no. That is actually the one thing I probably don't want to be removing from the areas I'm colonizing. Well, that makes life a little inconvenient, because I can't use it in mountainous territory. So I've got this really cool ability, but the type of territory that I want, like I don't really have good science positions yet. So being able to claim a few fields helps me out on that front. Well, not quite what I was expecting to have happen, but there we go. Let's get these guys to shove off. We sense your approach. For what reason do you disturb our holistic endeavors, Mahina Wateka? You require this position, please vacate. We understand your request. We have decided to comply and will seek elsewhere to germinate. This patch of soil will be yours to cultivate. Alright, so nice little batch of Cosmite. We'll tell these guys to shove off next round 2. I am gonna shoot for the moon and take the colonizer. The real question is, do I want to try and find any more of the Amazon units, or do I want to head back? You know what? I'm going to take this Lancer, and I'm going to send them to... join up with these guys. So let's all meet in Uvalion. That would suggest to me that maybe we can get the Beetle Baby to join the scout group. These guys are going to be clearing out the Autonom Menace anyway, so they can come along for the ride. We did change the commander. They're going to go deal with the Autonom before they deal with the Vanguard, so that's the way it should be. We've gained the operator.
Production ready.
All right, so I think the original plan was I was going to build a condemning, but I used up my Cosmite. So I'll still do it. I just need I need to wait a turn. Well, I'll probably wait 2 turns because I don't really want to. 262. Yeah, you know what? Let's rush it. So again, I now get extra shields from this unit, which is nice. It's still going to take 3 turns, but I don't have the same urgency to gain them because I've got a Lancer on their way. I can move our friendlier units into the area. Again, this is the slush unit, so it's not. I don't want to consider these guys like the elite fighting force, but it's nice to have them join sort of a necessary run. Again, we'll ask them to vacate. We sense your approach. For what reason do you disturb our holistic endeavors, Mahina Wateka? We need the position. So this gave us the extra food. It may not seem like we need it, but again, the faster I get these things up to a size 5, the faster I'm going to be able to get them transmitting food to some of my newer colonies. And then of course, once everything's to max size, I'm just that much happier. I'm going to be able to just raise the pops and get the extra resources that way. We have lost touch with an area of ourselves. Our links have been severed. A sense of cut-off panic now lingers in our crippled connections. Many cycles ago, we lost touch with large parts of the world in a similar strain. A myriad of places blinking out of existence. Find out who severed our roots and eliminate them. All right. So again, this is not a. These guys are not pushovers. I want to be really careful going up against them. So. Some of them are arc weak, some of them are arc resistant. I guess the one bit of good news here is that they don't seem to have a fanatic. The drawback, of course, is that they've got a pair of walkers now, which is not going to be easy to deal with. But I do have some time, so I'll wait before I go too far. I do kind of want to keep. Okay, so this is going to take me 3 turns compared to the leader, who's going to take 1. All right, so they're not going to be able to contribute to the fight. So in this case here, I think I'm going to push ahead and see if we can find out what's going on over here.
Operations available for priming.
Okay, so there's a bit of a question in terms of where I want this unit to go. There's a side of me that says... Okay, so I've got two thoughts about where I can put this colony. I can aggressively move up to the Karob Wilderness, and then we just slowly expand down into all these other spots. So this place is going to take 1, 2, 3, 4... So if I take this, I've got 1, 2, 3. Well, then I would probably want to go up here, which reignites. I think actually I'll go to the Radiation Wilds. It's a little bit of a half measure. But I think that stops me from annoying the Vanguard a little too much. We may have a non-aggression pact,
ready.
but that doesn't mean that I want to lean too hard on what they're up to. I think in this case I'll just lock everything in on my upgrade. So I definitely want the extra Cosmite. But I think it's time for some extra infrastructure. It's clear that my armies are getting a little stretched thin. These guys... Yes, more infrastructure, if anything. And then as far as my influence and all of that is concerned, I don't really want to be spending any more of it. Eventually I want to get some units down to deal with the... This is actually a really strong army. I might need to consider building a proper navy to knock this out. Not exactly how I want to be spending my energy, but Cosmite's worth it. Ooh. These guys mean business. Alright. Lots of decisions to make. So, Latori the Thundering wants to join me. It's expensive, but I pretty much always take heroes. I'm going to move them to, well... Let's see if we can get them to join the festivities. If not, I'll just get them to join Aldris. Well, hang on. Slush unit has... Okay, so all of my units currently have a commander. But I do need to decide what I want. Yeah, no, I should be building more. Alright, I think I'm willing to wait the extra turn to get this dealt with properly. This unit is almost certainly going to be too late. It's going to take me 2 turns to get there, but I'll still move them in just because I know I want the Lancer in position. Alright, this guy, I want to make sure I've got this right. Alright, so this is adjacent. Okay, so this makes it a little more complicated. So I can base them down here. Nope, because that's close to Aldrasil. Oh, wow. Interesting. So it turns out my really aggressive choice is my only possibility for this guy. The Vanguard will not be happy, but... I didn't spend those energy credits just to watch the numbers go up and down. Okay, so Hadin, let's think about what I want to do with them. So I believe this is their last expansion? Yes, 4 out of 5. So I know I can't claim this because my colony... Oh, yeah, actually, this is a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be. So I can claim this for the extra food, but it comes with a spare spore cloud, which I normally wouldn't be bothered by, save for the fact that I don't have a lot of people in the area to clear them out. But what else am I going to do, right? I can do this and this is just me saying, I don't care that you exist, Vanguard. You can all go to hell. This, at least, I have some sort of a reasonable... Well, it also has more energy, so it's inconvenient. but this will at least get me something. Okay, now big decision time. Where do I want to claim first? I think the epigenic stimulation labs are pretty much the must-have here. So I'm gonna sit.
Production ready. Production ready.
I'm gonna sit on the expansion
event in
until
colony.
they. Yeah, we'll clear out the stimulation labs before I do too much. Also, apparently I haven't taken care of the terraforming outpost either, so this would give me additional 20 food and units linked in the link colony gain +1 status effect resistance. Okay, that's actually a pretty decent little boost. I have to get rid of these guys next turn. I don't actually have that much in terms of... Well, nah, we'll be able to take them out, but maybe have fewer units than I thought I would for this fight. Presumably the Broken Polder is the Vanguards. They have quite a bit. I think I need to be really careful about how willing I seem to be taking these guys, making these guys mad. Maybe we can just buy the CBs off of them. Alright. So again, this is going to annoy the Vanguard. Oh, maybe it won't. Sadly, she's not quite in range to get this done. I guess the question is, do I want to put the Beetle Baby in the fight? Okay, so I'm committing to this right now. Maybe the Beetle Baby can die. I can't have this Lancer die, though. And I'm scared that the AI is going to let that happen. Really? I was not expecting that. I'm gonna try and do better. The Paragon unit is, I feel, like one of the slush units, but I'm not gonna get better if I just let the AI do everything for me. Clearly this guy is public enemy number 1, but they're not gonna be easy to deal with. And given the Justicar, I want to make sure that I don't give them opportunities for AoE attacks. Okay, so priority number 1. Let's see if I can get the commanders to run in and do some kind of damage to these guys. So I normally would be a little more aggressive with a unit like this, but as it happens, I get to fire 2 shots. Alright, well, didn't do that much. Alright, looks like my main commander isn't really able to do a whole lot. That's fine, though. I suspect I'm probably not going to be able to eat anything with this, so it is biological or cyborg unit, so I'm pretty sure this doesn't... neither of these count. I am, however, totally fine running this guy up to the front lines. This seems like a good sort of anti-air situation, so... That is... Oh no, it's only affects ground units. Alright, so I need to remember I actually have to read this stuff. Now here's an important thing about this Lancer. The Lancer does incendiary damage. They're not actually able to do that much to the Phoenix Walker. This doesn't mean that they can't attack them, it just means that I shouldn't be expecting miracles. As it happens, I'm not entirely convinced that they're going to be adding a whole lot more to the fight in other places, so I am going to run them up somewhat aggressively. All right, I believe this guy is weak to thermal, yeah, so I will protect my plants. I'm okay letting them sort of sprout something like this, but I suspect this probably won't be doing that much, but if I'm lucky, the AI will be sufficiently distracted by that target when it presents no real threat to them. Ugh. Yeah, I'm gonna need... So, hitting this thing with my my Huntress units is the right call. Because it melts the armor, but I'm definitely going to need to dedicate quite a bit of attention to that target. Now, the Paragon, like the Guard, is one that I want to try and take against this guy. Now, I'm a little cautious about them because that seemed to be the thing that the AI let die when they fought this. Alright. But I'm like, so just taking a look at the Phoenix Walker here, right? We've got the Plasma Cutter, Firestorm, adjacent hexes. Okay, so maybe I don't want to be engaging it in melee. Oh man, yeah, this thing's designed to take out this group. Maybe I should have just accepted the loss of the melee unit, because I don't think I'm going to do better than what the AI did. Alright, that's fine. We'll go on an adventure. Let's see how this goes. Oh, and I've got a spare Huntress unit that apparently I have been wasting. I'm slightly nervous about doing this because I think it's going to give them an AoE excuse against a commander here, but I do need to get my units in play, particularly the Huntresses, because they melt armor.
Unit lost.
Wow. You're kidding me. Yeah, so it's like the first turn didn't happen at all for us. We're not in a good position right now. Alright, so I think I'm going to do the biochemical maceration. That gives me slow bio. Yeah, I don't have the tactics for corrosive detonator. That would have been best. You know what? I'm actually gonna sit back on that. First priority definitely has to be getting this thing's armor down, even at the expense of taking some extra damage from some of my units. So anybody who has the ability to melt armor needs to go first against them. That is such a pity that they can't move further. I was not expecting that I wouldn't be able to attack out of that. That's a real shame. So again, the big thing is I need to start getting these Huntresses in play. I'm a little disappointed in myself for not moving more aggressively with them.
Enemy down.
So I suppose at least if I can clear out some of the riffraff, then we can focus on the Phoenix Walker and their Dalek friend. But it's not exactly how I want to be spending this turn. Oh Jesus Christ! Yeah, I'm like just short of being able to do serious stuff on the Walker. Okay, well, I can try and go after the... No, you know what, let's focus on the people who are going to be giving out the buffs. I'm surprised that this Justicar is so defended. Alright, so now we get to figure out what the hell we're doing with this stuff. I could try Dark Vine. Yeah, I gotta get the crits where I can, right? Alright. Jesus, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing with it. Because, like, the problem I see here is that I get, like, one hit with this Vine Bud, and then, like, this guy goes to town on me. So here's what we'll do. We'll get the Swift-Beaked... yeah. That was what I was scared... Oh, Jesus Christ, he gets Overwatch on everything. Alright. Can you kill it? No. I can at least neutralize the Overwatch here. Shield charge. This unit charges forward, knocking back the target and taking its place. Can only target light units. Alright. But I bet you the Golem isn't a light unit. Nope. Alright. Well, here's what I'm going to do. It's pretty clear I'm not going to be able to damage the boss man, but I can at least provoke their Overwatch, which means now I should be able to get a cheeky little swipe. Cool.
Enemy killed.
Alright. So the thing I was most scared of is now off the table. Doesn't mean we're out of the woods, though. Alright, so I'm just shy of what I need on these guys. The alternative would be I try and get some kind of a poke at the... Nope, not worth it. I'll move in closer and we'll laser lance these guys. Ooh.
Enemy annihilated.
Well, I'm definitely getting lucky. I'll give that to the game. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like my units shouldn't be in danger of dying, but we'll see what happens with this Justicar.
Unit destroyed.
I like my little vine growing. The big thing is, though, that those are units that I can buy from the growth themselves. So, I guess between losing the Paragon unit and losing something else, it's not as bad as it could have been. Yeah, this thing's still got Overwatch enabled.
Enemy eliminated.
Alright, so that's kind of unleashed the hounds. Let's start by melting his armor. So I partly did that because I wasn't sure that they would be able to hit the monitor.
Enemy
But
killed.
obviously now I want to be prioritizing whatever ranged attacks I can do on these guys. Because this thing can still do damage. Okay, so it's debatable that I did better than the AI, but we got the mission done.
Ours. Objective completed.
Alright, these Autonom will think twice before they send out their agents to cut back our growth. All thanks to you, Mahina Wateka. You have our regards. So it's a demand quest, I forgot about that. So, this is still the slush unit, so the beetle baby can now join. The Lancer was supposed to go with these folks. Obviously, we've got another quest down here, which I would like to finish. I guess I'm going to need to bring everyone, which does sort of... Oh, hang on. Before I get too crazy, I do need to finish the... Ooh. Okay. I am going to be a total scumbag on this one. This is May the 13th. Actually, we're not that harmed. So, okay, Epigenetic Stimulations Labs. This landmark is an advanced food sector giving the following when annexed. Plus 40 food, plus 4 food per pop, plus 20 science, plus 2. So this is a high priority for me, even though it may potentially annoy the Vanguard. And it unlocks the following building in my colony, a genetics lab, which will give me bonuses to Xenoplague modded. I mean, the sector is already claimed. Capturing it causes other commanders to gain a casus belli against you, making it easier for them to declare war on you. Independent factions may demand compensation for ignoring their claims. It's a shame that the situation is so bad with these guys, but, you know, what am I going to do, right? I will try auto. I don't think this is going to be the right call. I'll probably still turn around and do it for myself. Oh, Jesus, this is actually pretty powerful group. I am curious what the AI does. Really? Huh. I'll take it. And yeah, I mean, like... Yes, it sucks that the AI gets mad for me taking this stuff, but, like, what am I gonna do? Like, the whole point of 4X games is to expand. So, yes, these guys are natural allies. No, I don't really want to go to war with them. I might even try and, like, smooth things over diplomatically and buy back some of the... Let's see what it'll cost to buy back some of the casus belli. 320 energy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's totally because of these ignored. Yeah, I mean, it sucks, right? This could lead to a war, but...
Of course, our military-grade corrosive chemicals will eat away your hand if you touch it, regardless of whether you're innocent or nefarious. It's a weapon. The innocent don't play with weapons. Slap another warning label on it and ship it. Sheila Kilgraves, CEO, Alchemicorp.
I've heard this one before. I forgot it though. That's a fun one. All right. I didn't really want to do this, but I feel like I have to have I need to have a navy because Cosmite is just simply too powerful to leave hanging on a unit like that. So.
Though we seek to nest in a hive that shines brighter than stars, there will always be isolated souls outside the swarm. Kindling a dying spark, penetrate the darkness, fly to the lost, set their sparks ablaze. Piggyback, Celestial Missionary, Keiko Zone Conference.
So I'm going to do Celestial Judgment for the bonus to my more aggressive moves. It's also very clear that I can't afford to wait for extra tactical points. I wish I could be using my research for something else, but I'm at the point now where I really need to be properly investing in that. All right. So I think get her to rest first. These guys... Okay, yeah, I'm actually fine with the rest of these.
Sector annexed.
At some point, I need to clear out the spores. These guys, having switched to... size 5 sector, are now going to be contributing food to the rest of the colonies rather than taking. I believe everyone should be doing that now. Yeah. So it is kind of timely that I have 2 new colonies up. I have a few things that I need to deal with. Obviously, we're claiming the epigenetics simulation labs. It probably wouldn't hurt for me to clean out these, these units, just so I can say that that's done. So I believe this was designed to start filling in the gaps in this area. Right, yeah, so these guys we're going to take 1, 2, 3, 4. It might be an idea for me to claim this sector next, just so I can, sort of lock that in. I'm building a colony here, so we take 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, these are things that the Vanguard shouldn't get annoyed by me possessing. I definitely need to fill out my armies. That's going to be Aldrassil's job in the long run. And then I also need to build a navy. This is where the Aldrassil strategy falls apart, because it's also my only place that can generate naval units, and I need some serious firepower to deal with that. Those Cosmite squatters.
Production ready. Production ready.
Anyway, that's life. Right now, I think I'm just gonna have to settle for. Yeah. So the problem is I took all of these specialized buildings, but what it's meant is that I'm overweight on a lot of agriculture. Oh, actually, hang on. So we've got this floral incubation biodomes. So there's no reason for this to still be a food. Oh no, hang on. That's because of the building. That's not because I assigned it that. Okay, so I just want to double check that I'm not shooting myself in the foot. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. These are industry because they need to be industry. This I still need to clear out. This is energy because it has to be energy. This benefits from food. This is water. That benefits from energy. Yeah, so I mean, I've basically just locked myself into a bunch of these decisions. What I may want to consider down the road, this is going to be quite expensive, so I probably don't want to do it right away. I may want to consider building another colony out to the edges here. I'm not 100% sure whether or not the growth is going to be too happy with me expanding out this far. But what it is going to give me is the Psi Shrine. That's going to give me access to some, much needed science. Although, ironically, this is also going to be one that I turn into agricultural exploitation. A couple of generic tiles to claim. Eventually, I'm going to have to get rid of the Veil of Tranquility. But this is sort of a natural expansion point, just so that I can have more pops working more tiles.
Happiness event in colony.
All right, well, we didn't exactly need more food, but let's see what the next turn brings. Yeah, I think the sooner I can take the Broken Polder and the Brain Swamp. I think the sooner I take those, the faster we can get to sort of repairing our relationship with the Vanguard.
If you want to improve your capabilities, you don't just set a goal, you must also monitor it. Only by carefully watching your progression, guarding against backsliding, can you achieve solid success. Tony Rubio Strong, Manpower and Machine Motivational Consulting.
All right. So, I did say that I needed the tactics points, so area surveillance doesn't give me those. It's operational effectiveness that does that. I will also consider covert infiltration. I don't necessarily want to have to use it, but I do want the option if it comes down to it. Now, Uvalin has apparently exploded. That makes me happy, though. These guys, I'm going to unite them right away. I think probably the right call. Okay, I was going to say, if that's Cosmite, I got to take it. Again, I want to really make sure I've got my game plan here right. So, Reslafin, 1, 2, 3, 4. No controversy there. Uvalin, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, okay. I'm 100% building a new colony in this area. The Court of the Prodigious, Cosmite, this is all huge. Oh, Jesus, it's going to cost me 50 Cosmite now. All right, well, money well spent when the time comes to it, but... Okay, I am going to bring them along for the fights. But I very clearly need to start investing in some units for this commander. I am definitely not at a point where I want to start this battle. This is still my scout, so we'll just run ahead. All right, Xeno Evolution Lab. So this is the next part of the quest. I also want to be careful about the severed links. All right, so you're all just going to sit and enjoy some much-needed R&R. Now, good question about this Lancer. Because I sort of built them as a replacement, and the replacement is no longer needed. Let's just take a look at the units that I have available right now. So 200 morale and 2 resistance to status effects, as well as additional shields. Grounding. See, the funny thing about this is that they get so many shields, but they're a melee unit. So, but then I guess you don't do melee against melee. You do melee against ranged. The grounding harness will give me arc resistance. The stagger resistance is probably the bigger one for me, because definitely stagger is something that I'm very weak against. Gains detection, can no longer be flanked, and gains the sensor range and is harder to hit. And then if I do 10x of tranquility, I believe I have to drop the shield of resonance. So I'm going to save that template. Let's go to my Huntress. So yeah, I guess the question now here is, do I really want to change the type of attack that they have? No, I think this one I'm going to leave. I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with them yet. Here, Shield of Remorse is definitely where I want to start. I'll say acidic composite, but similar story to the... I think the similar story to the Huntress. I've not yet gotten a convincing reason to go all in on one path or another. Let's set up for the Arborean Sentinel. So right now they have a thermal weakness. I can never remember exactly what their deal is, so... how the first Arborians came about remains a mystery. Terratech used many unrelated technologies, but the Arborians remain the most effective form of biomechanical terraforming technology in its arsenal. Needless to say, there was a scientific breakthrough. Originally sought by Mother to assist in growing forests and that shelters our life, Arborians hold the highest honors. They are a welcome addition to the armed conflict as well. They can cast out a web of entangling roots that cripple the enemy, perfectly concealed among the trees. Archivist Historian Amelia Galen, RV996H, A History. So, they shoot lasers and they entangle people. I wonder, does this count as a specialist unit? It feels like it should be, yeah, it definitely is. This is kind of like it's like a heavy support. It's a really weird, I mean, it's a neat one. The big problem I run into, I like that it's cover, but I've run into so many people that have area of effect that it's really not worth using this thing for cover. So it kind of comes down to the question, well, is this thing really worth 10 incendiary damage? Well, not compared to, say, you know, God, what am I trying to say? Not compared to the Lancer. The Thorn Roots kind of seems like we've got some chances here. Okay, theoretically, if I were to build one of these things, I pretty much always put Shield of Remorse on everything now. The Incinerator module... Yeah, we'll add the burning. So why does this get the Arborian? Oh, because it's an animal. Yeah. I haven't modified my Lightbringers yet. So these things are already enlightened, so it invites the question, why do I want to put one or the other on these things? So each time it's damaged by another unit, the attacker has an 8 strength chance to become souled. That's exactly why I want that. It's not that they're enlightened, it's that I want to apply soul burn to everything. Yes, and this is the only other option, so... So I feel at this point we should probably be putting the Incinerator module on the Shrike. Again, Remorse where I can, just because it's really nice to be able to... inflict as much soul burn as possible. So I can give them a grounding harness. That doesn't really get me a whole lot, though, so we'll hold off on those. Now, I thought the Vorderon already had some bonuses. I'm just going to double check that. Yeah, this specific one does, but apparently we can build more. Wait a minute, we can build more? Lies and flim flam. Alright. And again, I'm just sort of playing with what ifs. But the Hydromancer, the sleek Amazon vessel knifed through the water. Just one vessel, destroy it, Spacer Perskull ordered. Our guns rattled, peppering the sea's surface. But the Hydromancer hid beneath a bulge of water that grew and swirled into a raging vortex. One of the lads cursed as the turret surfaced from the surface of the water. The Hydromancer splattered his vessel with corrosive goo. Perskull roared, "That thing shoots acid slime? It purifies water, just blow it up!" I throttled the engines, but the ship spun in place. The Hydromancer threaded the waves, striking us as it pleased. Tumbleweed Spiff, RV99813D, Spacer's Cases. So... Oh, hang on. The device on top of the Hydromancer creates a whirlpool for 2 turns and attempts to disable and immobilize those hit. Ooh. Alright. So one of the things I want to keep in mind, there's one reason why these things are going to exist, and that's to take on these... Oh my god, this thing looks awesome. The Cellist Clutch Mother. The Cellist Clutch Mother rammed the ship with a huge horn on its back. As the ship took on water, I jumped into the half-full apple barrel. The Cellist took another bite out of the side of the ship. My barrel tipped overboard. I floated away while it laid a large egg that hatched moments later. The young Cellist joined its mother in eating the boat. As I floated away from the screaming sailors, my heart was warmed by the stirring thought of a mother and child completing the circle of life together. Marek Nib, RV22300X, Forlorn Fantasy Destinations. So, hull piercer spike, nest cohesion, stagger resistant, but other than that, no real resistances. The Cellist Steel Eater. Suddenly, the whole reef lurched towards the ship. Sorry, I also need to look at mods. Okay, no mods for these guys. Suddenly, the whole reef lurched toward the ship. No reef, a sea monster, a Cellist Steel Eater. The whole ship vaulted forward, the crew catapulted in every direction. This creature had no interest in eating the fleshy sailors bobbing in the briny blue waves. It lunged onto the vessel, steel plating snapping in the Chalice's vice-like beak. We scrambled for anything that floated as the great behemoth decimated the ship's armor as if it were a fish taco special. Sailor Sammy Celis, RV 90210, Seashells by the Seashore. So plate crunch, again, it stagger inflicting and stagger resistant, but nothing too crazy. And then the Octawhale. I swim with many ocean dwellers, but none is as protective of the gentle sea creatures as the Octawhale. They are often found swimming with Chalice, performing nurturing tasks for those it deems a friend. When my submersible lost power, an Octawhale lifted us from the depths so that we could surface for air. It is as though it senses distress and wants to help. When threatened, it can shoot a thick glop of biotoxic ink from its blowhole, but I've never observed it do so predatorily. Marine biologist Dr. Ariel Triton, RV 3423S, Under the Sea. Again, I'm very fond of the writing in this. Okay, so apparently this thing can turn into something even more nightmarish. But again, no major indications of any kind of advantages or disadvantages. So set them up with Shield of Remorse, as we always do. Acidic Composite can't be too bad. And I think we'll do the Advanced Instinct Controller. Alright, so again, I'm going to be waiting a while before I actually take advantage of any... Oh, hang on. There's a couple of other things. Oh, wow. I didn't even think that we'd be able to get more with that. I still have to pay for this stuff, so I'm drafting these, but I don't necessarily want to lock them in. At least not yet. So, I think I need a different ship design before I try and go after this, because I mean, I suppose I can afford to just lose the ships to try and get the Cosmite, but I'm still going to have to invest a whole lot to get it in the first place. Yeah, I don't know. These guys, again, they're gonna turn into a new unit for, my fresh new recruit. I think at this point I probably want to start specializing these people into, you know, these are the ones with the people who give buffs. These are the people who do, you know, sort of hit and runs with lots of huntresses and whatnot. Again, something to think about for later. But I mean, no point in delaying the delivery. All right, Rasflin. As is usual, we'll start with the biofarm. We will get ourselves set up with some basic units. And looks like we've got a bunch of annexing to do. So, just reiterating the plan. So we took the epigenetic simulation labs. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, with Broken Polder being the higher priority. And then the hope is that we take Brain Swamp before too much time. All right, the colonizer we can't build because it's both an energy and a cosmite problem. Fair enough. Oh, and I've got a doctrine that I haven't enacted, so I got to keep that in mind too. All right, still unexploited sectors, so let's take advantage of that right away. Oh no, hang on, that's different. Broken Polder. There's unexploited, and then there is. Wait. Small difference. Okay.
Operations available for planning.
What the hell do I want to do? So we've currently deployed ecological construct. Oh, that's right. So I wanted to do Celestial Judgment. Before I do that, though, I want to make sure that I get my colonizer in. So I can still afford it. I probably won't be able to afford anything else, but Celestial Judgment is definitely a high priority for me. This guy's got to get in place. Again, I can't wait forever because we still have Severed Links, and it's going to take us a couple of turns from where we are. It's going to take 3 turns. How is our health? A lot better than I thought it was going to be, but I am going to leave 1 more turn. Also, let's pick some specializations. So, Latori the Thundering. On their own, a crystal shotgun. Okay. And arc bolas. I love these. So she's very clearly about getting in close and causing all sorts of problems. So we've got Disrupting Hacks and Disrupting Wave to hack an area, compromising mechanical and cyborg units in that area. Let's take a quick look and see what compromising does. Well, crap. Let's take a quick look and see what that was called again. Disrupting Hack. Oh, but it doesn't let me click on the... So it doesn't look like there's any entry for status effect. That's kind of funny, because it will tell you what the status effects are. Oh, here we go. Unit has been compromised. They lose 1 level of stagger resistance, and their arc resistance is reduced by 3. Okay, I mean, that makes them very strong against her, and I can see myself modding the units in here so that they do a bunch of arc damage. That's a really interesting path to go down, actually. So if we do Disrupting Hacks, send a Disrupting Wave to hack an area, compromising mechanical and cyborg units in that area. She already does arc, and if all of the units in her army do the arc damage as well, this could actually turn into an exciting little unit. Override Demon. Target enemy mechanical or cyborg unit is forcibly infected with hostile demon that attempts to wrest control of the unit. 8 energy strength chance of becoming mind control, or 8 arc. And switch allegiance till the end of combat. Again, that's a pretty high priority for me. Biological and cyborg units gain 2 bio resistance and 5 health. Resisted breach. Attacks by units in this hero army bypass. Yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff here. Okay, well, let's start with some of these special abilities. So we'll take Disrupting Hack and Override Demon. Yeah, we'll also take Assisted Breach. So that's 13 taken care of. We'll also go for Infantry Commander, because I pretty much do that for all of my units. Now, if there's a way that I can get, all-around awareness, because she's going to be running up front, and I don't want to do Close Quarter Specialist because she's still a ranged unit, but maybe a little extra vitality. And because I have some spare points, we'll also do Ranged Specialist. So I'm pretty happy with how this is going to work out. Definitely someone I want to be throwing against our more mechanical enemies. All right, well, we kind of already know what we're up against here. So I think the question now is, what lies beyond these mountains? The rest of these folks are just going to sit and wait for the commander to get properly healed. Aldrasil. unfortunately, I spent all the money. Yeah, so at least this will get me on the path to doing some more interesting work. But clearly, I need to balance my finances a bit more. The big thing is like I don't feel bad at all about building this colonizer. I probably shouldn't have built the spares for here because I forgot about the increased cost. But being able to put down a colony. I want the Court of the Prodigious and the Cosmite. One, two, three, four. Okay, I might even be able to scooch in the Xeno Evolution Labs as well. I kind of feel like I have to put the colony here. One nice bonus will be that my borders are still fairly consistent. That will give me the expansion option of the Court of the Prodigious. It'll give me the expansion option of the Cosmite. More importantly, it will give me a claim on the Cosmite that the Vanguard won't be able to take. Hey, Miss Ariella. Well, that's convenient because normally I go for 3 hours and I've got about 10 minutes left. I'll probably go a little bit later just for you. I was going to say, the only thing I've heard about work is the grand Excel work that you're doing for it. But I hope work is going well for you. Yeah, okay. I'm happy with where we're at. I think I'm probably going to put the colony down here. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I think I told you this.
Production ready.
I had to go and interview for a couple of consulting jobs when I first got out of university. And, consulting really isn't the sort of thing I want to do.
Sector annexed.
I am definitely
Production
feeling
ready.
Given the way that work has turned out to be, so I did one of these things where it's like, I'm taking less money than I would have made doing this other thing because I thought, it would be more kind of consistent with my aspirations, let's say, to do this other thing. And unfortunately, I don't really feel like it's quite properly delivered. So maybe if I could rewind it all, I'd try a bit harder. But the funny thing is that I knew that I would be doing econ pretty early on in university. And the one thing that I know in every econometrics course, they always tell you, you can't do the stats in Excel. You have to use proper econometric software. In this case, usually it's data, although there are certainly very evangelical R users. So depending on who your prof is, you may wind up using that other software. But what's really funny is that for a lot of business applications, people expect you to use Excel. And so I had this really weird moment in an interview where I can do all of the advanced stuff they're throwing at me. There was stuff that I had to explain to the people that I was interviewing with. But then, I sit down for this practical exam and I'm like, well, can I use, I was going to say even just if I can download R on this thing. And they're like, no, it's not connected online so that we know you're the one doing the work. And I was like, well, I said, it's part of the job is, having to deal with ambiguity. But, as a heads up, I'm going to be learning Excel. I mean, Excel's not particularly hard. It's just that, little things that I get used to. I do think that the profs are right to say not to do the kind of work that I do in Excel, not because it's a bad program, but there's little things like, if you have a certain number of digits, Excel just rounds it. And it, I'm going to guess most people don't know the number of digits. But I could say if you store credit cards as integers, you are in for a nasty surprise as opposed to storing them as characters. So, but yeah, for the stuff that you and I were talking about, I pretty much just consistently use Python. It's just it's not that hard to learn, in my opinion, and it's very easy to do. Like, I kind of feel that you're able to, how do I put it? Like, the amount of work that you kind of get to deliver as a result of, that's so weird that it's not taking. Not enough food is being given to the global pool. So who's taking all of it? So all of my colonies are sharing. But nobody's taking. That's weird. But yeah, anyway, I it's just one of these things where, a couple of lines, and I'm usually able to do things that take me a while in Excel. But I mean, I have a couple of people who work, like at places like Ernst & Young and that, and they swear by Excel. And like, I know that they can do stuff in that program that I didn't know was possible to do with Excel. The one thing I will say for Excel, while it's not my favorite tool, it is definitely the one that I have very frequently underestimated in terms of its capabilities. That doesn't mean that I consider it like a favorite, but it's definitely one that's not it has its place, and as it is, the type of work that I do often doesn't require it. Okay, Frank Vance. Nope.
Aquatica is the sacred womb of sea life, drawing upon the unquenchable soul of the Amazons to nurture and nourish all marine life. Tanya Z, Mistress Boatswain, Aquatica Fleet.
So this might be a little more interesting to throw at the sea monsters. I think the time has come for me to go for the Harrier commune, mostly so I can ultimately get the Bombardon commune. Being able to drop goopy balls on my enemies would be nice. And then, of course, there's the Pteranodon commune, so that I can finally get the T-Rex with laser beams, which is what everybody wants to see with the Amazon. And then an Arborian Queen. I've never actually seen one of these things live, so I'm a little curious what these things do. But yeah, let's face it, the T-Rex with lasers is exactly the sort of thing that we sign up for with the Amazon.
Just envision a better life where all the tasks you hate are automated. We don't wish to replace you with a robot. Once it's trained, you'll thank us for eliminating inefficiencies. Dean Nupar, efficiency expert.
It sounds like my Python pitch. All right. If you guys can bear with me a quick second here, I'm not going to be too long, and I'm not actually going to be streaming all that much longer either. But... Oop. Oh boy. Oh, now I've gone and done it. There we go. I do need to make a quick trip to the bathroom, so I will be back in a second. Well, I figure I want to try and at least get, what I usually do is I want to try and get to a decent position to, sorry, I got to get that sign off too. Sorry about that. I try to go the whole stream, but I've been pounding back coffee today. But yeah, so I kind of want to get to a decent wrap-up position, so that, and then talk a little bit about what we'll do the next couple of turns, and especially because I've got a colonizer ready to go. A couple more turns are nice, and I mean it is the nature of 4X games to have the just one more turn effect. So, all right. So, I kind of got what I wanted as far as operation effectiveness is concerned, and I feel I'm going to do... I'll do research and development just so I can say I have it. And I need to toss a coin between aquatic development and covert infiltration. One of the things I'm hoping to do with Reslafin is take these tiles and use at least a couple of them for science. Again, it's not going to be... It's not going to be like a bolt from the blue. It's not going to completely transform the situation I find myself in, but it'll give me a little bit of a boost to something that I've clearly been falling behind on. Okay. This is just getting me some intel in terms of the places I'm planning on expanding to. So again, we want to take the core to the prodigious if we can. Definitely the Cosmite. And so right now my hope has been to expand out to the Xeno-Evolution Labs. My other alternatives would be expand out to this other industrial tile, but I feel like giving up the Xeno-Evolution Labs in order to get an industrial tile is not that exciting. Yeah. I don't know. I do... Deep down, I am very much inclined towards building 2 more colonizers, one to put us by the dwelling of the cruel vine growth, and then the other to the fly flung growth. But that would probably be the largest number of colonies I've ever done in a single game. All right, we could really stand to have some more health here, but I probably am going to wind up. I'm probably going to wind up doing the fight anyway. All right, Ovenwell. First of all, okay, so you've got a central biofarm. Shame on you. Get rid of that. And save the rest for later. All right, these guys are going to get wiped out on their own. I'm not too worried about that. These guys are fine. Ready. These guys are fine. Okay. So, yes, this is scummy for me to do. Yes, I said I'd stop doing stuff like this, but sue me. $30.69 versus $7.66. Oh wait, can you sit to have more health? Sorry. What? I'm trying to wonder what the reaction is for. Oh, gotcha. I can sit and have more health, but again, it's that's another turn where I could be using these units for something else. What I could do, of course, is move this unit away. All right, let's do... I'll turn off tactical operations and do the auto combat. And we didn't lose anything. I guess that's... Oh, no, we did. I'm going to try a retry on this and see if I can not lose a unit. So this is one of these things that I want to be earning for myself. Okay, so the key to this is basically going to be to try and avoid the... Oh, crap. I didn't realize there was a gap there. I want to try and avoid having the weak units run up. That's basically how I feel like I'm going to be able to avoid losing units on this. Now, I haven't encountered one of these Abyss... Or maybe I have. Let me see what's going on with the Abyssin. Corrosive Bile, Tunnel... Oh yeah, we've seen these guys before. So there is a side of me that wants to like run this guy up even further, but I do need the defense. Sadly, my hero can't... Okay, so my priority right now is to try and get people to do damage. Looks like nobody can. So we'll go for second best and at least get people moving semi-aggressively. I want to be kind of careful about where I put stuff because they do have some nasty AoE attacks. But it's like a case-by-case thing. So for instance, this unit, I'm gonna like move them up here, but I'm not gonna put them too close to something like the Voradon, which is a pretty prime target. This unit, again, AoE potential here and here, but they're fairly strong on their own, so. I want to be kind of careful with my light break. I do want to bring them into play against this Kirko unit up here, but they are low on health, so. Alright, now for... These guys are melee, so they kind of have to rush up. As it turns out, Maraka is able to do some damage to the Bombardon. So normally I don't like having a couple of units beside each other like this, but being able to do any kind of damage to the target of the priority target is important to me. So as for the rest of it, yeah, I'll move the Swiftbeak. They can't really defend themselves from behind here, but they're at least getting into position for something more interesting. I'm going to take the Wild Harrier sort of off to the side. I'm not quite ready to commit them yet. And the Huntress. Now, I've caused myself a little bit of grief with the Huntress because I don't want to have a big group of people here on the steps. I'm pretty sure that the Bombardon is already going to be targeting these two units. But I do want to make sure that the Huntress is able to start, throwing poison arrows. So the rest of the moves here are about trying to get people in a position where they're going to be able to do some damage on the following round. Now, Latorai, I mean, her single reason for existing is to get close and blow stuff up. So that's a pretty easy move to make. Yeah, the rest of this is just getting people into position. This group is the furthest from the targets of the targets that I consider priority. So in this case, I'm actually going to move them up pretty aggressively. There might be a danger in so doing because I'm not able to give them the defensive bonuses, but it is going to. So if I can, want this to become a somewhat attractive target, because consider what happens if these guys turn around and actually deal with all of this. Well, that means that their back is, they're turning their back on the majority of my force, which means that they're going to be taking far more damage from the flanking than anything they're going to be able to do to these guys here. So, this is one of these rare cases where I'm actually willing to put my my troops in a slightly more compromised position than I normally would, just because the benefits from them actually being attacked are much higher than what they normally would be. In reality, I think I'm actually going to be waiting 2 turns before these people come online. It's a shame, but that's life. Alright, well, we knew that one was coming.
Operations updated.
All right, so this Biomancer is a target I want to be pretty careful about. Oh, this is really good.
Enemy destroyed.
So the last thing I want is the Biomancer healing up my healing up the Bombardon. Alright, so these guys aren't really able to do anything, so I'm just gonna put them behind cover and hope they don't get obliterated. Now she's kinda in the way of everybody. So this is the point where we should be just wrecking this guy, but unfortunately my positioning is a bit crummy. I'll move her up. I'm definitely not going near the explosive tank. So again, we're not doing a world of damage on this thing. It probably would have been better for me actually to... I mean, it's only got 1 armor, but it probably would have been nice to... do a little softening up with some of the other attacks. However, it does have Remorse, so Remorse unit is filled with Remorse and suffers from minus 100 morale. This is why I put that mod on just about everything, because that is, I think, a ridiculously powerful ability to inflict morale penalties when people attack you. Thank you so much, Mr. Auriella. It's great to see you again. And guys, for those of you, especially for those of you who tend to come into my stream at the end, I will just remind you that Miss Auriella is a streamer herself. She does a lot of point-and-click adventure games, but not exclusively that. And is definitely somebody I highly recommend that you guys check out if you can. I have a lot of fun hanging out in her neck of the woods. Alright, it's a 50% chance to cause panic, but this will be a great opportunity. I don't see any other use for that ability right now. Alright, they resisted the panic. Hey, Olaf! Great to see you. Have you been in the stream before? I feel like this is the first time I've seen you. We've got lasers, we've got dinos, we've even got laser dinos, but do we have the legendary dinosaurs that shoot lasers when they roar? No, it just causes fear when they roar. But how you doing, Karn? You have many hours here. I apologize, Olaf. I feel like, I mean, maybe you just like lurking, actually. That could be the other one, but I want to give credit where credit is due. I apologize for not recognizing your work. Ah, excellent. Okay, good. Oh, Wonder, have you played Planetfall? Or have you actually played any of the Age of Wonders games? I think they are the bee's knees, but it's much more about what you think, sir. Alright, not a whole lot I can do with the Biomancer, but I don't really feel like I'm in... Oh, you know what? Okay, do I have a unit that can do damage to the... I blew it! Well, maybe not. So what do you think? I don't know if you I don't know if you have a favorite out of the series or not, but I like all of them. Okay, actually in this case I'm not even going to worry about the cataloging the engulfer is probably the right call here. Alright, I probably should have thought through this turn a little bit better, but let's get some nice flanking bonuses on. So I kind of consider this one the biggest threat, because I've already got a couple of strong units boxing in the Abyssin. The first fully got your attention, like 500 hours easy. I quite liked the original as well. I probably had more playtime in Age of Wonders 3 than I did the first one when all was said and done. But I think at this point Planetfall has sort of taken the spot. I never saw this thing. This looks really cool. The other detail about the map that I quite like is this little... So I'm assuming this is like the Paragon? I don't know. I definitely like the little details about the Fallen Empire that you get to see in the maps. Some of the things I like about Planetfall, so I don't really know where the impression came from. I know I was guilty of thinking this as much as anyone, but I think a lot of people saw this as like Age of Wonders 3, but with science fiction art assets. But I actually really like a lot of the steps that they made to streamline the game. So I'm surely you will remember in Age of Wonders 3, you could pick individually where you would put your cities. And so you sort of face this decision that's really common in Civilization and whatnot.
Enemy annihilated.
Where you're like, okay, I'm going to agonize about,
Victory is ours.
1 hex to the right, 1 hex to the left, because that's going to mean the difference between, that's going to be the difference between me getting like lots of resources or a moderate number of resources. What's really neat about this one, I can actually give you an example. So all of your cities always wind up in the center of these districts. So it's kind of like a mix between the way Endless Legend handles this and the way Civilization does. You still have the individual resources. You still need to make decisions about where you want to colonize, but you're no longer on the strategic level focusing on hexes in terms of where you're getting resources. Instead, you're sort of focusing on regions and the things that they produce. So, for instance, Cosmite is a very rare and valuable resource, and you can see that people who should be my ally, I'm sort of fighting with them for these tiles, and it's actually causing. I wish I had much better diplomatic relations with Frank Vance than I do, but it's. I don't know what to say, right? I gotta. Want 320 energy, yeah. I might try and buy out the Casus Bellis, but it's so expensive to do. But yeah, the thing that I like is that none of the stuff that makes Age of Wonders interesting, or none of the things that I feel make for good 4X games is missing. But I feel like a lot of the things that might, you might spend more time thinking about than you would want, have sort of been abstracted away. And I think, especially, in light of Civilization, which is kind of that's the game to beat in this space, in my opinion. I think one of the things that's really interesting about this one is you have this really clear kind of combat focus. You know what? When I go to take Brain Swamp, they're going to get mad because they're taking Featherwoods. But, I mean, that's life, right? They're choosing to go there. But yeah, so I don't know. Like, I feel it's a really good example here where it's pretty clear that this is more than just... Age of Wonders 3, but with science fiction art direction. It's its own thing, and I feel like they've really... And it did, I mean, so the science fiction flavor is not nothing. It actually adds a really nice flavor to the game, in my opinion. I think the factions are really original, and I like some of the ways that they've handled some of these ideas. But in my view, the thing that really sells me on it is they've really streamlined it so that all of the things that I like about the Age of Wonders games are present. There's that military focus. I get to sort of manipulate the strategic layer, and it's sort of the main focus of the game. But then I go to that tactical layer where I'm actually interacting with my units and making decisions. I think the really big thing, though, is that they've made sure that I'm spending as much time as I can on those things that are inherently interesting. So.
In conclusion, knowledge is power. But being well educated has an additional benefit. No one can call you stupid, especially if you've researched weaponry that could vaporize them if they did. Dr. Millicent Rickles, head researcher, Lazulite Incorporated.
All right. I guess I said I was going to do covert infiltration at some point, but aquatic development would be... I'm going to do aquatic development just simply because Aldrassil should be building more military units, but on the odd chance that I can't afford to, it would be nice to get Armor Bay developed. Okay, so the rest of this, we really do need to start thinking about finishing up the Severed Links quest, so let's run ahead. We've got more than enough time to close the gap, so I'm not too worried about it, but I do, however, have the question as to whether or not... Yeah, I feel like I should be taking care of both the terraforming outpost and the... I should be taking care of both of these right now, so again, I'm going to be a bit of a scumbag on it, but... I want to see how quickly I can wrap it up. Cool. Absolutely not. Alright, I'm pretty sure the militia is going to be able to take these guys out. People tend to have an indifferent opinion. A neutral reputation has no substantial effect on other players. Once reputation increases or decreases to a different level player, opinions and dwelling shop costs will change.
Doctrine enacted.
Alright, we've enacted Celestial Judgment. We read this before, but not everyone can be shown the light through talking in scriptures. Some will have to be forced to bend the knee to our teachings. Your enlightened units deal 10% added damage to non-enlightened units. Again, this is why I'm putting that mod on everyone that I can get my hands on.
Production ready.
Yeah, I'll leave that be for now.
Happiness event in colony.
Always happy to see extra production. We've got 7 skill points. Okay, so this is Mahina, my main commander. I've learned Warcry isn't as exciting as what I thought it might be, so every unit in the hero's army has 2 damage reduction in all channels against attacks from units with Soul Burn. That's tempting. Yeah, so deny the wicked for sure. We got 3 points. 1 extra range of... You know what? I am going to do visual acuity on this one. This is just because this might open me up to doing some... This might open me up to some interesting possibilities when the time comes for like my first turn. The fact that I get 1 extra hex might mean the difference between me being able to attack and kill stuff. Oh. I did that wrong. Alright, and I do have a little bit of a surplus, so let's see if there's other things I can do. I feel like Shield of Remorse is still fine. I mean, this is a priority. This is a unit I tend to put up front, so inflicting debuffs for people attacking her I think is reasonable. Acidic Composite makes her just like the other Huntress units, which is good. And Stagger Resistance is pretty good. Okay, so 28 Cosmite is not nothing. But this is my commander, so I feel like they get a pass on expenses. But we are going to wait a turn because I need them to heal up. Again, this is my scout. I don't exactly need to be seeing all the Fog of War, but I might as well take care of this. And I'm rewarded because we will be able to pick up an energy stash and a research ship. So both of those are good. All right, Ovenwill, we got rid of their central research. So there's a couple of ways that I can look at this. If I take a look at my production right now, we're mostly focused on industry. So there's a couple of ways that I can think about the sort of central buildings that I get. Each of these give a base value... oh, I thought it was a base value of 10. Huh. So there's a couple ways that I can think about this. There are things where it's like, you know, you get a a fraction of your production, and so specialization is a really good idea in that case, which would suggest the replicator factory because I get even more industry. But in this case, it's very clear that I've been falling behind on science. And so in this case, I'm going to be going for the central science labs. I do tend to have very specialized colonies, but especially because we've grown so rapidly and I'm really getting to a point where I wind up waiting 10 turns to get like good units. I kind of feel like this is an exception
Operations
that I'm willing to
available
make.
for priming.
And it might turn out that it's actually the better way to go about it in the end anyway. Now, there's a few doctrines I want to be looking at. So, ecological warfare, melee and biological attacks have an 8 strength chance to apply poison, and they heal an additional 6 per turn on the world map. This is a pretty big one for me to be considering because of the amount of time I'm waiting to get my units back into the fight. Karmic amplification. Not bad, but I feel like I can do better. Colony structures require 20 less production to build. I kind of feel like we're past the point where we're really going at a breakneck pace for colonies. The Economist, on the other hand, careful market manipulation and state-controlled economy lead to a healthy, growing tax income. Basic structures built in your colonies now give 10 additional income of their resource. So these are like the central biofarms and whatnot, I think. Verdant growth is also kind of nice. I mean, we did pay for that. Additional 15 food per food sector, but I am kind of looking to divest. Well, you know what? I am going to do verdant growth. So my reasoning behind that is once we get a ridiculous number of pops, we can always change that. But I am actually still generating new colonies, and I think there's a lot of sense in seeing them grow as quickly as possible. All right. I don't think I formally said that it was going to be the last turn, so I'll do one more. The mother node is fully grown and ready to launch the seed pod from this planet, but many suns ago we lost all contact with the symbiosis of other worlds. We have lost our bearing. Help us calculate a trajectory so that the solar winds will lead us to fertile soil. So, unfortunately, this puts my research back. Rasfallen has an unexploited sector, so again, this isn't excuse me. This isn't getting a new sector. I believe that's Uvalin. This one I'm trying to decide what I want to do with this area. Now, normally I would make it food, or agriculture exploitation. I think I'm still going to do that. But eventually I'm going to switch at least 2 of these to research. Alright. Definitely want the colony in brush wilds as soon as possible. Let's take Brain Swamp. Alright, good. So we didn't get a CB. There may be a CB that happens when we try and take the Court of the Prodigious. But it looks like there might be peace in our time. Obviously, I'm happy to take the science. The remains of this research ship contain intact data pads. Unfortunately, they don't reveal any information about the vessel's mission and crew or the events that led to the crash landing. I believe so, Bast Worshipper. I'm trying to remember if I did. I'm pretty sure this is the first one. We can confirm. I'm actually just wrapping up for the night, so I'll be able to confirm that in a minute. But I don't think we're strong enough to be able to take on what we're going to find here. Which is a shame. I'm kind kind of spoiling for a fight, but let's wait. All right, oven will. Kick the can down the road enough. I need to figure out what I want to do with this place. So if I want to bribe, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna generate some energy so I can bribe the Vanguard. I don't really like stockpiling like this. I feel that I should be at least doing science if I'm going to be doing this kind of stockpile, but it wouldn't be a bad time for me to catch my breath.
Sector annexed. Happiness event in colony. Happiness event in colony.
All right. Some nice windfalls. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. Yeah, the Vanguard's actually been really good at scooping up these Cosmite sectors beside me, so while I see them as natural allies, the unfortunate reality is that I have really deplorable relations with them, just simply because I don't want my my friendly nature to cost me expansion. All right, so we actually might be able to wrap up this this mission right away. We're still, I mean, it's the Vorderon, right? That thing's immortal. Oh crap. Definitely didn't think about Goofendel being exposed like that, so I guess I get another turn. Growth faction, oh my god. Yeah, you take a month worth of Cosmite, you jerks. Yeah, that is a pretty grim situation. I don't see... Oh, saved. But so much for the surplus I had booked.
Doctrine enacted. Sector annexed. Production ready.
All right, Aldrasil. Again, this is supposed to be my... this is supposed to be the one that's generating more units for me. So let's start with Sorrow's Shield. We'll get 2 of those out. Now again, Aldrasil is all about light units because of the Paragon Barracks.
Production ready. Production ready.
I'll just save over C. So my hope is that this is kind of a pushover. Yay!
Objective completed.
The root cutters are gone, and our connection with the area is slowly restoring. Thank you for your efforts. Alright, so we'll be able to clear out these guys. I mean, it'd be interesting if I just sent these guys on a special mission to wipe out the aquatic units. It'll definitely help me with my Cosmite, but they get some pretty heavy penalties to their resistance because they are land-based units. As far as cleanup jobs are concerned, I also need to get rid of these guys. I could be generating more food, Cosmite, and industry. And then, of course, we actually still need to get the Xeno Evolution Labs taken care of and the contagious marshlands, so I'm kind of ignoring everything. Hey, Kaylee Cakes in the Eyes of Sin. Alright. I think I said this was going to be the last turn, but all the awesome people have just shown up, so looks like we're going later. Kaylee Cakes, have you seen Age of Wonders before? Sure, I mean, I am not entirely sure I would still have a job, but I guess I can turn my hobby into something that I work around everyone. everyone else wore. This is the problem, right? Like I used to be out in Vancouver, so I would usually be starting about now, but because everybody has to have a roof over their head, I'm in Ontario, and unfortunately that really hurt the time zone. Oh, not at all. But yes, the Eyes of Sin and Kaylee Cakes are two, both streamers as well as people who I'm very fond of. The Eyes of Sin has done these wonderful emotes. Actually, I'll just take a minute. The game goes silent when I go out, but there's always time for Sin and Kaylee. So the Eyes of Sin is available for commissions. You can find her at twitter.com/eyesofsin. And she also, I mean, one of the things that we've bonded over is a game I'm very fond of called Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, which is by Capybara Games. I don't know if they go by Cappy now, or if that's just the abbreviation that they use for their social media and whatnot. Now, Sin will only occasionally stream, but I highly recommend that you follow her nonetheless, because the streams that she does are absolutely worth attending. But Kaylee Cakes has definitely been getting a lot more consistent with her streams. And one of the things I definitely want to highlight in terms of the types of broadcasts that she does a really wonderful job with her baking talents. She's done cupcake streams, she's done cake streams. It is a ton of fun to watch her do the thing that she knows best. But she also really likes playing sort of survival crafting games. They are actually a type of game that I'm not very good at. I do enjoy Subnautica, and I've really liked Terraria. It's funny, actually, the Eyes of Sin makes these beautiful Minecraft buildings. She's also seemed to spend a lot of time in Starbound. So I feel like Kaylee and Sin would have a lot in common in terms of what they can do in sort of those games. Yes, like the animal. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of these ones where I kind of stand in awe of what they're able to do, rather than necessarily profess any ability of my own on those particular ones. So. Yes, you two definitely need to be BFFs. I think you both might actually have the same birth year as well. Oh, wow. Okay. That's an easy auto combat. All right. Now this one, I'm going to do the auto combat. This is one feature I really like about Age of Wonders Planetfall, is that you can do an auto combat. Oh, cool. So if you want, you can do the retry, and you get to take the field. So, this is kind of a minor attack. It was definitely something stronger than us, but as it turns out, the colony militia, which I spent a whole bunch of money on, was more than enough to send them off. So.
Operations available for priming.
I'm going to hold off on the special ops for now. This is my scout unit, so let's try and get some more goodies. Imperial Production Stash. You find a transport containing a salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the stash's systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin, destination, or the event that led to its destruction. All right, now this is one I'm a little worried about. You saw me be a complete scumbag and hit the save button on this one so many times because I really don't want to lose any units in this stack. But I think the time has come for me to clear out the terraforming outpost. So I'll enable tactical operations on this one. If I do auto combat, we don't lose anything. We do lose a little money, but I was worrying about nothing. Actually, the other thing that's kind of fun, both Kaylee and the Eyes of Sin now have Stellaris. So I gotta come up with a really fast tutorial series. And then we'll finally be able to see some like multiplayer streams or something. All right, here's what I think I'm gonna do here. I'm gonna ask the growth very kindly to move. The reason I'm using this unit is because we're already producing some extra Amazon units. So in this case, it'd be kind of nice to be able to, have this unit running around and clearing out. In the meantime, though, I need to clear out this actually, that production is also. So I guess it's that spore cloud. Well. What is the strength of that? 808. You know what? I've sort of put off building bridges with the... Oh, wow. I keep accidentally doing that. Okay. So what I've decided to do is I'm going to take my main force. I'm going to send them to the north to deal with the Vanguard units that I needed to kill. Hopefully that will smooth things over with the faction we've been pretty aggressive with. Building the units in Aldrasil, again, this guy running around cleaning up. Basically, I figured this unit going in and cleaning up the remaining... growth units that are kind of occupying these special nodes. That's going to give me enough time to be able to build some replacement units, get them up to full strength. Oven Will, I guess I need to start picking what I want to do with these guys. So again, I don't necessarily want to do... so I feel like heavy units are this area's priority. The reason for that is light units get extra shields because of the Paragon barracks. So the flying units in Oven Will are sort of where I want to be going with that.
Production ready.
Yeah, I think we just turn over the turn. Olaf is, of course, laughing to himself over the idea of one more turn.
Daughters, accept no limitations. Climb your harrier steeds. Feel its savage strength beneath you as its fierce winds spring upwards, vaulting you into the air. Amazons, take to the skies. Sinise Fulara, Roost Mother.
What I think I'm going to do... it's not like I need... Oh yeah, actually, it is worth remembering, guys. If you have been on the fence about Age of Wonders Planetfall, if you go to paradoxplaza.com, this isn't an affiliate link. I was given a press key for Age of Wonders Planetfall and the Revelations DLC, so keep that in mind. But this is more a public service announcement. If you have been on the fence about this game, or if you've been waiting for a sale, I believe the Paradox Space sale is still going on. So if you go to paradoxplaza.com, there should be the on sale button. I believe this game is currently discounted. So, actually, I might be able to check that now. But what I was also going to do, if you're still on the fence, what I might do is I might show you all... yeah, it's the Space Exploration Sale. So, Age of Wonders Planetfall is 50% off. So in Canadian, it's $28.49. If you got the base version but didn't now want the deluxe, you could spend $7.24 Canadian. That's also half off to get the upgrade to the deluxe edition. The pre-order content pack, so all the stuff that came from pre-ordering the game, is now available at 25% off. Season Pass is 10% off, so if you know that you want the DLC, you can get that as well. Revelations is actually already 50% off. I'm a little surprised to see that. And then, yeah, I mean, it's all the space games, right? So Stellaris, Battletech, Surviving Mars. I love Surviving Mars so much. I feel like I need to go back to that. And oddly enough, if you guys remember, like, Paradox is an old company, so they even have Sword of the Stars on sale, but that's probably not what everybody has in mind for those ones. But yeah, for those of you who are on the fence about Age of Wonders Planetfall, I will show you the E3 trailer again, because I think it is such a well done trailer. There's actually a rather good, so what Jacob Saint said, hello by the way, there's a rather good podcast episode from Paradox on subscription services and sort of how they fit in their overall ecosystem. So apparently Paradox doesn't really make any money off of people playing the base game on the subscription services, but what they wind up being is they wind up being this vehicle. And I mean, this has been true if you like Paradox games forever, right? Is the base game, after a while, doesn't really cost that much. And in the case of Crusader Kings 2, it's free now. And instead, you know, their expectation is that you fall in love with that game, so you also become one of those people who puts hundreds of hours into it. And because you've fallen in love with the game, you wind up buying the DLC, which comes out at a fairly reasonable clip. And of course, Europa Universalis has been experimenting with a subscription service where you basically unlock all of the DLC. It's actually one that I would be signing on to myself, except for the fact that I've already bought so much of the Europa DLC that I don't necessarily see the value in the subscription yet. But I can definitely see, sort of in the future, I can definitely see myself working on, on some future, for some future game, like Crusader Kings 3, for instance. I could definitely see myself subscribing to a DLC pass for that. And I think their idea is that if subscriptions are sort of the wave of the future, that the cycle of new DLC releases, that would be accelerated, and you'd just be seeing a lot more content for the games, which is kind of exciting. Anyways, we now have pterodactyls with lasers. So, I did say I wanted to get the bombardons. So let's go straight for that. It's my big catapult dinosaur. And right, we were still going to be going north to clear out the vanguard. Well, if you want to get really excited, after we research Bombadon commune, we get Pteranodon commune, which is a T-Rex with lasers. All right. We will very nicely ask the flowers to move. So the growth NPC faction is a collective of intelligent plants living in symbiosis with supporting life forms. Central to the growth is their psychoactive nectar that allows them to control other creatures. We welcome you, Mahina Wateka. Have you come to observe the beauty of our pollination, or do you have some other goal? Would you be able to grant us access to this location? It costs us 19 influence, which is not a huge burden. We gladly leave this garden to your tending, Mahina Wateka. Our seeds will be planted elsewhere. All right. So we got 35 production for that, and then of course the ticking production we get 10 on its own, and then because it is a production specialty, we also get another 5, which even if it winds up going to extra money, it certainly doesn't hurt to have a little bit of extra cash in the coffers. I probably didn't need to move them the whole distance. What I probably should have done, well, I guess it doesn't matter because these are the slowest units, so I incorporate them and I move along. But I think the answer to this group, again, we're just building more units for them over time. So we'll clear out, I think our next stop is to ask the growth nicely to leave the brain swamp. And then by that time we will have a Lancer, will have 2 Huntresses. I feel like we should probably set them up with a Biomancer. And then a flying unit, if we're consistent with the old pattern. But there's nothing saying I have to be. We definitely want a healer, so that goes without saying. I could try the Arborean Sentinel, so it's not bad as a defensive structure. Extra thermal damage is acceptable. But this one has an ability called Inferno Ravage, which... I mean, that's enough said, right? I think I will probably keep the Lightbringer. I am, however, going to build a new Harrier unit in case I change my mind. So, Harrier. Autonom Directive Assessment. Scanning. Amazon Harrier. Terrestrial limitations overridden. Large avian predators to serve as air support vehicles. Biochemical cells power laser blaster tech pack upgrades. Formidable air-to-air and air-to-ground assault capability. And scanning. Terratech planet-forming base technology and weaponry. Exists outside boundaries of technological dependence. Corroded electrical comm links replaced with biolinks to control native biodiversity. Inhabited worlds, robust and invigorated. Plagues predetermined to decimate fragile organic life. Join them in symbiosis. Species acts in contradiction of predictable human instinct module, HIM. Threat level critical. QA Autonom Monitor Transmission RV0010935C. Tracking sequence C64. Ooh, actually, laser bombardment is a pretty wild bit of damage. Okay, so theoretically, if I were to give these things a mod, we definitely give them the Shield of Remorse because making everybody have morale problems for shooting me is good. I kind of feel like the Advanced Instinct Controller is a must-have for these things, so we save the template. This is called a Wild Rider. So, if I were to build one or the other, a Wild Rider is a heavy unit. Alright, so they're both pretty equivalent in terms of their damage. Also, I want to adjust the Lightbringer unit, because I completely neglected that Inferno Ravage and Meteor Swoop. Oh, interesting. So I guess it's because these are... I guess it's because these are like physical attacks. Interesting. So, the stagger is a huge deal on the Lightbringer. Stagger is going to basically get me the tempo during the fight. So the question is, can the Harrier get me stagger with its bombardment? No, it just does lots of damage. I sort of feel like I should be putting the Harrier in still. Anyways, it's a situation for me to deal with in the future because I don't really have the resources for Oven Will to build any of that yet. All right. I do eventually need to replace the Lancer that I took out of this group, but now is not the time for that. This is the boss lady, so let's get her to move into the Roaring Wilderness. It's possible she can just deal with the Vanguard on her own. It's wonderful when I have Discord to unload my frustrations. Alright, Rasfallen. we're kind of forced to go pretty far forward anyway, but the whole point of this colony was really just to close the gaps. And I mean, the nice thing about it is that it'll eventually allow us to get some movement bonuses. But again, that wasn't really, I wanted an extra colony. Giffendel. Oh wow, they grew fast. All right, select the sector of an adjacent sector to annex in this colony. The sector can then be developed to give your colony an economic boost. So I feel like I should be going for the Court of the Prodigious right away. I am sort of rolling the dice though, because if I fail to claim this on time, the Vanguard might be swooping in and get a casus belli for me being too close. I don't know. We'll see. I'm not entirely convinced that they're going to move beyond here, but we'll see. If I wanted to try and buy off the Vanguard... All right, now why are they mad at me? Still the trade offer. All right. I feel, let's do this as a grand bargain. I still don't know exactly what I'm going to get for the put to rest mission. So we won't expand Giffendel until I'm ready to claim the Court of the Prodigious.
Objective completed.
Our seed pod is on its way to a new world. Be thanked, symbiont. All right, Frank has captured your claim sector. Frank has captured Featherwoods. Because of your claims on this sector, you have gained a casus belli on Frank, allowing you to declare war on them with popular support. So, the really important thing about this one here is, so again, just because, at this point, we're just ignoring each other's claims completely. But what this will eventually do, so now we have 8 CBs to their 12. So if we take a look at what it used to cost us, it's 160 to balance out the CBs. I don't think this will change the calculations as far as the relationship is concerned. But it is giving me a little more breathing room when it comes to bribing them for better relations. So, moving right along, we will send the Huntress to... Where's the special stack? There we go. So we'll add you. We'll move her out as far out as we can, and we're just shy of where we need to be, so we'll run up the middle. Oh, hey, we've got a new flowery friend. Where did I put the slush? Okay, this is the slush unit. I think I need to redesign my units. All right, we're still waiting on the Court of the Prodigious. Oh, it's great, Kaylee Cakes. I actually didn't explain this well. At the end of the stream, I'll show you I always wind up doing this, but one of the things that has always stuck out for me in terms of the Age of Wonders games is the design of the commanders. The Age of Wonders series traditionally has been sort of a fantasy game, so it's sort of a turn-based strategy game, a little bit like, or 4X turn-based strategy game, so like Civilization or Endless Space or Endless Legend or take your pick. It's a fairly well-populated genre, and they're all really good games. This one definitely has more of a military focus, though. So where for a lot of games like this, the battle will take place on the map. You have one unit that you move to a hex, it's occupied by another one, and you sort of have this rock, paper, scissors game of like spearmen are good against cavalry, cavalry are good against sort of infantry, aerial units are good, good against certain things. this game sort of it's the main level I still sort of feel is this map, but definitely the going down to the tactical level and dealing with the battles is sort of a key differentiating factor in the Age of Wonders games, in my opinion. But the other thing that's big about it is that you, especially as fantasy games, it's sort of capturing this feeling that you get from reading fantasy books of sort of these larger-than-life heroes that take to the field and perform these really great, great feats. In fact, I think Julian Gullop, who made a game called XCOM way back when, the original XCOM, not the X-Com game, and then there was a really good remake by Firaxis, who makes the Civilization games now, called XCOM without the dash. He had an interesting article about how he felt that the commanders were too powerful in the Age of Wonders games. And I can sort of see the argument. But again, it's kind of neat. Like you get to go in, if you want to customize your own commander, there's a lot in there and there's a lot of personality behind it. But what I think really works for Age of Wonders Planetfall is that, they didn't just do, space elves, space dwarves, space orcs. You have sort of elf-like, races in this game and whatnot. But they have just these really original factions. So you've got kind of cyborg zombies, and you've got, dinosaur riding Amazons with laser beams, and you've got, because like these Amazons are sort of, they used to be scientists, sort of turned into Amazons. You've got the bug people who used to be slaves. Like they're these really, it's not, they're not completely rewriting, speculative fiction. Like you'll have kind of familiar ideas running around in these games. But I just feel there's a lot of personality behind this. So even down to some of the different dictionary articles inside of this, there's definitely a lot of puns and a lot of wordplay. We had Ariel Triton talking about undersea creatures, so obviously a reference to the Little Mermaid, and there's killer penguins and whatnot. It's a game that really embraced this really fun and this really interesting sort of science fiction universe it's created, and they've been adding to it. Revelations added a new faction, and Invasion's going to add another one. So I'm really excited to see where they go with it. But yeah, I'll show you a little bit of the general creation, and then I'll also show you the E3 trailer, which I just think is one of the finest bits of video game marketing I've seen. All right, so this is the one we were saving for. Oh no, hang on. We weren't saving this one. We were grabbing onto a nice new production center, and this was 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so they are ready to start sharing their food. So this is like what I've learned. There was this strategy I was trying with the Devar, and it almost killed me. Of like trying to get these colonies up to size 16 so that I could annex the 4 sectors. As it turns out, this is a really strong way of playing with the Amazon, because the Amazon eat the bugs that they kill. Well, they eat the wildlife that they kill. And so as long as you're out exploring the map with military units, which you should be doing anyway, you're just generating this constant supply of food, which is letting your colonies expand out. And of course, now I've got, so many colonies sharing food with the new ones. I actually kind of need to make sure that, I bet, yeah, a bunch of these are probably sitting on central biofarms that they don't need. So let's do a quick audit of that. I need to be kind of careful about it, because it is possible to have starvation. But at this point here, like Raslafen and Gryffindel clearly need the food. I might wind up making one over to the left here. Sharing food sounds like communism. Hey, Alpha GG. This is Age of Wonders Planetfall. It's with the Revelations DLC, but I don't really think in the main campaign it's adding a whole lot. This is the 4th game in the Age of Wonders series, I think. It's the first science fiction one that they've done. Although it definitely brought a lot of really, I think, very good changes. Oop. Mahina Wateka, we may not see eye to eye right now, but it is in our best interests to improve the diplomatic state as soon so that we may grow closer. I believe I can just say something nice. So we'll be watching your movements closely. Any threat to our colonies will be eliminated. Yes, complimenting the other player costs 10 influence and will prove their opinion by you by 100. So, you speak with honeyed words, but are your intentions just as sweet? While this may be a step towards a positive future, your actions raise suspicion. I probably should have done that earlier, but it's basically a little more than a turn's worth of influence. That's not a huge
sector annexed.
A huge cost. But yeah, Alpha GG. So this is basically it's a turn-based strategy game. It's a 4X style game. So you want to expand out, you want to research stuff, you want to conquer your enemies. Definitely a very heavy military focus on this one. I can point out that there's a tactical layer to this game when you do combat. You'll probably be seeing that before too long. Basically you can stack up to 6 units in in a single hex. You can have up to 6 units, but what participates in combat will be the hex that's attacked plus the 6 surrounding hexes. So that effectively means that you've got, I guess that's 42 different units plus ones that can be summoned. And the tactical layer of the game is sort of a turn-based sort of XCOM-ish sort of a battle. So it's I don't know, it's a really fun little series, and this one's done something really neat with the campaign where you can make decisions in previous missions which will affect how the campaign turns out. I'm actually not 100% sure how some of my choices have affected the playthrough because I'm just going through this the first time. But I kind of like the fact that, again, it's another example of a strategy game where it's not just a chance for me to, to move pieces on a board, but to sort of have this fun little science fiction story that goes on. Complimenting you increases your chance of liking people by 100 influence. Your husband was still working on the whole complimenting thing. He means well, but saying you would be a 10 if you were a few inches taller doesn't help him? Oh my god. Oh. It's a nice haircut, Kaylee. Did you do it yourself? What? I was complimenting you. I'm sorry to hear that. Jacob definitely seems like a really nice guy. So I haven't had a chance to see the the foot and mouth moments. But I was gonna say I also kind of feel the pain on that though, because I have definitely had more than a few times where, I'll say something and then I was like, oh wait, this can be taken a totally different way from what I intend, and then I have the really bad problem where I will then say, oh, but I didn't mean it this way, and then someone was like, I didn't think of it that way until you said it, and then I realized that I really messed up. So
on nearly every inhabitable planet, oceans are engines of infinite mechanical energy, rhythmic sources of food, and endless life, just waiting to be harnessed by someone clever enough to brave their tossing depths. Sammy Sellis, sailor and Star Union seashell salesman.
So another example, again, it's not like total knee slapper humor, but they clearly had a lot of fun writing these little backgrounders. Okay, so we can't go for Dawn of a New Union if I am so inclined. I have been constrained by my lack of cosmite, so anthropologic research seems like a decent plan. Accelerated force deployment, obviously being able to move within my borders is a pretty high priority, but of course orbital relay development will do that as well. Let's start with anthropologic research. Now, one thing I'm kind of curious about, I don't usually do the compliments that much, so if I do a pronouncement, I could... Oh, wow, so I just... Alright, more honeyed words. Oh, that didn't seem to do as much this time. Maybe I'm just imagining it. We often have problems where we say the same thing but different ways, so sometimes you get stuck in a loop of saying the same thing but not understanding each other. I'll try and come up, I'll come up with some kind of like cheat sheet of like ways to turn a phrase to get people on your side. All right, Anira the Slumbering. Look at that background. Yes, I pretty much always recruit heroes. We're definitely still trying to fill out our quota on the others. Let's say... Oh, but I can actually run her... She can lead up my... a fancy little growth unit. And I believe I can afford the Lightbringer, so... I never did decide... between the two. Deep down, I really feel like the Harrier is the better call, because I really like the Lightbringer unit. But the Harrier is very clearly an anti-air unit. So like, if I had my preference, like if I just did the unit I want to build, it'd be the Lightbringer right away. But like when I look at the Wild Harrier, right, I've got, I think it's because I could get the Incinerator module on it. It's just the stagger that really gets me. I don't know though, like the thing is that the units that I'm going to be fielding they do have a little bit of a weakness to aerial unit. Like again, I've got people with bows, so it's not the end of the world, but yeah, I think I'm going to build the Harrier for now. This looks cool. How much is it? It's actually currently on sale, Alpha GG. Let me just, I'm going to have to give it to you in Canadian, but let me go to Paradox Plaza and see what it is. So more of the Paradox games have been joining the different subscription services. I know like Imperator Rome pretty much started on the Xbox Game Pass, or the Microsoft Game Pass, I guess, because now that's on PC as well. But if you go to paradoxplaza.com, the base game of Age of Wonders Planetfall is currently $28.49 Canadian. I'll just drop that link in chat right now. So again, it's worth saying I was given a press key for this from Paradox, along with the DLC, Age of Wonders Planetfall Revelations. So keep in mind that, you know, I'm playing this because they gave me that key, but that did happen a long time ago. So if the price is right for you, that is probably the cheapest place you can get it right now. I should have actually seen if Humble has it on sale, because I actually have an affiliate link for that. But yeah, if you buy it from that, there's like no affiliate relationship with it. It's just the best price. Yeah, it's full price on Humble. Humble's charging $56.99 for the base game. The premium edition goes up to $102.99 Canadian, but I believe the premium edition comes with the I believe it comes with the season pass as well. That would actually be good for me to verify. Premium edition is the complete Planetfall experience, which includes the deluxe edition content and the season pass. Yeah, okay. So it's probably still... if you know you want the DLC, that's probably the best deal. But the season pass is like only 10% on sale right now because they're still releasing the DLC. There's only one that's been released. So yeah, if you go to that Paradox Plaza link, if 20-ish, whatever the currency conversion turns out to be, is the right price for you, that's probably the best spot to get it. If you think this type of game interests you, but you're not 100% certain, I can also say that its predecessor, Age of Wonders 3, is a fantasy game. It's not obviously similar in some cases. There are definitely some ways that there are differences between the two titles. But I do know that Age of Wonders 3 can go on some fairly deep discounts because it's an older game. So that's another option that you have if you're cost conscious. Let's reduce the food upkeep for this one. And then I think I was employing a strategy of science. Yeah, I think I'm gonna use my central buildings to get a science bonus. I'm still gonna build the barracks for these buildings, but and then I guess the job for these folks were to clear out the growth before we'll wait 2 turns for the Harrier and the Biomancer. Okay, let's take some free goodies here. Oh, Jesus Christ. We got the Imperial Production Stash. You find a transport containing salvageable production stash. Unfortunately, the systems are destroyed and provide no data on its origin, destination, or the event that led to its destruction. So one thing that is worth keeping in mind is that there are Kirko on this map that I haven't met yet. It's because I've been refusing to pay the Vanguard for it. Alright, Gryffindel has built its basic improvements, so we'll start with Botanical Gardens, more infrastructure. Actually, we'll do all of the infrastructure. We'll probably change this around over time, but I need to get my new sectors first.
Sector annexed. Happiness event in colony.
Okay. Good news overall. Alright, so next turn we're finally going to be able to get into some fights, and you guys can see what the combat looks like. $41.99 on Steam. And British pounds. You like Stellaris? It's done by the same people. You're not... costing you... You broke your bank. Your bank has 154. Okay, yeah. So Alpha GG, what I can say. So yeah, Paradox. What's important to remember is that Stellaris is by Paradox Development Studio, and Paradox Development Studio is probably best known for its grand strategy style game, like Crusader Kings, like Stellaris, and so on and so forth. Triumph is now Triumph Studios, which is based in the Netherlands, is a subsidiary of Paradox Interactive, which is the publisher. So Paradox Development Studio is also a subsidiary of Paradox Interactive. And then the people who made BattleTech are in a similar relationship where they were bought by Paradox. So it's a bit different from Stellaris. I think generally people who like Stellaris are probably going to like Planetfall as well. But yeah, if you are cost conscious, I can definitely say, so 100% recommend wishlisting this game, because that's the best way to get informed when it goes on sale. And if you're looking for sort of the lowest cost Age of Wonders experience, I definitely recommend wishlisting, or maybe even seeing if you've got Age of Wonders 3 in your library already, because it's definitely been in a couple of Humble Bundles. And I think that will be a way that you can sort of whet your appetite for this sort of game. I do think that there are some improvements on Planetfall that sort of make it my favorite Age of Wonders game. But obviously, you know, especially around this time when people are really keeping conscious about the cost of certain things, I can definitely tell you that Age of Wonders 3 is a game that it's by the same developer, and it's one it'll have enough similarities to this that it'll give you a good idea about whether or not it'll be worth. Yeah, BattleTech's great. Okay, so we want to get her to join the growth. Unfortunately, I think I just used up all their movement. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's better that I get her to deal with the growth. Yeah, you know what? Let's start moving towards our ultimate goal. Alright, as we slouch on to Bethlehem, we're, again, looking to take out the Vanguard troops. We'll take out Vanguard troops so that we can become best friends with the Vanguard. Speaking of... Oh, no negotiations. More compliments. Alright, again, this is my scout unit, so they do have military capabilities. It's just right now I kind of need to get an idea about where my targets are. This is something that breeds enemies, so I do eventually want to take out the nest in the Mystic Forest, but it's not a high priority right now, and this is not my strongest unit. All right. I'm really paranoid about blowing one of these. So when you play Age of Wonders 3, this is a really good example of how creative they got in terms of the changes. So in Age of Wonders, the fantasy games, like your hero and their armies will go into ancient ruins or dungeons and whatnot to find these artifacts of power. In this case, you're sort of dealing with a space empire that's fallen apart, and we don't necessarily know why. You are contacted with what's assumed to be, I guess, the spirit of the Empress Carminia. But she definitely seems to have her own agenda. So in this particular case here, we've got a government palace. As planetary governor, I solemnly swear to uphold the laws of the Star Union on this world, to protect the Union indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Governor's oath of office. And so this is landmark, unowned, and in order to gain it, we're going to enter in and we're going to clear out the riffraff that we find. Wow! Oh, Jesus Christ, these guys are strong. All right, this will be fun. So let's see what we're up against. We've got the Ascended Teacher. This is not going to be a problem at all. Oh, and it looks like you can actually have more than one of these. I'll admit, Celestians are the most impressive in their disciplined pursuit of higher power. I traveled to an ascended teacher of Celestian order. He reminded me of the bright beings from fervent proselytizing religions of our forgotten past. They too led armies and inspired worship or burning. This teacher had the power to convict the souls of whole armies. Teacher's radiance healed the faithful and scorched the hateful. Yet I'll never forget Teacher's haunting stillness when I asked him the three words I ask all who claim... When I asked him the three words I ask all who claim to have found ultimate purpose. Are you happy? Marek Nib, RV557X, Forgotten Places. So this guy has Radiant Blast. Target units become 20% easier to hit for 2 turns. Bypasses all armor. 20% bonus damage against units with Soul Burn. 8 strength chance to apply Soul Burn. And Celestial Wrath, a surge of Celestial Wrath courses down from the heavens, damaging all units in a 1 hex radius area. Okay. And they're resistant to, like, basically everything. Next up, the Star Guide. Consider each path of light. Heed the Star Guide's communing call. Trace the structure of orderly stars. Ponder purple for purposeful night. Discipline your questioning mind. Abandon evolution's own appetite. Leave the faithful's perpetual flight. Transcend your natural fleshy lusts. Be seen by the all-seeing eye. Become a being of light. Star Guide Shin Shia Sheik, RV6600R, Celestian Vespers. Alright, so Light Bolt, Blinding Light. I definitely want to go into melee with these guys as soon as possible, given the fact that they have all shields and no armor. They also have Shield of Remorse, which is going to suck. Elite Lightbringer. Okay, these are the melee guys. Low shields, high armor, so these are the ones I want my bow units to be focusing on. Mid-tavern, this masked being announces, "I see light, I am enlightened, I bring light to you." Apparently some folk at the bar didn't want to be enlightened. They got rough. Off came her gloves. Rather than the typical skin, this Lightbringer's got glowing coals for hands. She jumps up and strikes her foe. There's a fiery blast. I dove behind the bar, crawling for the kitchen door. I don't think the ruffian infidels escaped the wreckage. That poor tavern owner. He's now the proud owner of an ash heap. Marek Nib, RV38347X, Tales from Fallen Worlds. We've run into the Transcendent before, so this is a Kirkar unit. Basically, the thing that sucks about these guys is that they can suck up the damage from enemy units. And then, actually, I'm kind of curious where the majority of the power is coming from. Alright, so the Star Guide definitely seems to be contributing a lot to that value. And then we've got the Tormented, so Focused Hate, Echoes of Torment. Alright, so I'll try an auto-combat, but I'm pretty sure we're going to be losing units off of it. Oh my god, and a Pulse Defense Turret? Jesus, alright. And one? Good lord, alright. I don't think I can do better than that, so... I will, however, do battle against the Vanguard, so I know I've kind of been cheating you out of some fights. Maybe the game's just learned that I keep resetting until until I win. Alright, Central Science Lab. Yeah, we're still sharing food. Good with the military infrastructure. Yep. Raslafen, let's get you to upgrade your food sectors first. Yeah, I feel like I probably shouldn't be investing as much into food because I'm going to wind up dismantling a lot of these soon anyway, but for the meantime, let's take advantage of the growth, and then we can reconsider where we want to put some of this.
Happiness event in colony.
All right, I definitely have a lot of energy, which I eventually want to make use of. This is really good news that we're able to get the Corridor of the Prodigious, because basically it means any future annexations that I do. So for this system, for this sector, it was gonna be Corridor of the Prodigious, the Cosmite. I don't think I actually settled on the other. Oh yeah, no, I did. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll eventually take the Xeno Evolution Labs. I have to assume that there's going to be some really tough enemies in there. But as it turns out, the Xeno Evolution Labs are where the mission's taking us anyway. So we will continue to move the main force of our army up to the Contagious Marshlands to deal with the rogue Vanguard units. And then with my energy surplus, I think at this point... Ooh, looks like somebody got blown up. I'm going to assume that I am very far behind on military, by the way, just looking at the number of things I'm seeing on the Vanguard border. Oh, found him! Yeah, we're at the bottom of military. Oh, and development capability. So... Alright, so if I decline, this actually sours relations. So in this case, I've recently come into contact with the commander of the Kirko. Perhaps I could introduce you to them. My reconnaissance comes at a price, however. Are you willing to strike a deal for this information? In this case, I will say yes. More test subjects for the plague to eat? Barain will be pleased. You whelps do not realize the full extent of your predicament. Too late to turn back. Submit to the plague's consumption. Conclude this sorry tale quickly. A Kirko? Are you one of Barain's lackeys? We are here to stop her. Get out of our way. Her transgressions cannot be forgiven. She must be held accountable. If you impede us, we won't hesitate to put you down like a sick hopperhound. Berain left to another planet long ago. She continues our research. You cannot stop the plague from spreading. We'll crush you quickly. The infection craves new hosts. You'll not escape this planet alive. What? She's the one behind this plague. How could she do this? I know she disagrees with some of our teachings, but this is insane, and she's escaped already. That will have to come later. I first need to deal with you, Kirko, and the rest of your plague cult before you contaminate the rest of this world.
Objective completed.
The Kirko lackey, Kiri Uzkal, cannot be reasoned with. She is blinded by power, and if we want to find out more about Berain, we will need to go through her. Dare bother me, Mahiro Wateka? You'll be watching your movements closely. Any threat to our colonies will be eliminated. So I definitely need to get on good terms with Frank.
War has been declared on us.
That's not surprising. Despite our attempts to grow on their warm towers, these Autonom insist that we cannot grow our vines on them. They need only strengthen their cables. We must grow over the high spots to receive Sonoril's kiss. Destroy those that cut and clear away our vines. This is going to be a little hard to deal with just because I don't have as many units in the area as I'd like.
Operations available.
Now, let's get some ops ready to go. I think I'm going to start with entangling overgrowth. So lowers food income of targeted enemy colony by 50% for 10 turns. So I don't actually know where the Kirko are yet, but I do want to give myself the option. So this is going to be a target eventually, but we're not quite ready for that. We will, however, ask the growth to move from this spot. We welcome you, Mahia Wateka. Have you come to observe the beauty of our pollination, or do you have some other goal? Would you be able to grant us access to this location? We gladly leave this garden to your tending. Our seeds will be planted elsewhere. So again, this is just all about getting production. For this unit... I was going to try and make some progress, but I think it's actually better that I just unite all the units. What am I missing? Oh, I'm stupid. There we go. All right. Now the one drawback is I don't think I'm going to be close enough to these guys to make the difference. I am, however, going to make sure that I'm not on the water. When I've done this in the past, I wind up with my units sort of split. Alright, so we've got the Spore Cloud. Every turn, all non-Xenoplague, biological, and cyborg units have a Strength 4 chance to become poisoned for 3 turns. That's a pretty tough one. Now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to do the auto combat. I'm a little curious. I kind of really want to do this one manually, but I do want to see what the game would do. Alright, so we'd lose the unit. I'm going to hit the retry button, and I can show you what the combat looks like finally. Alright, looks like we're already poisoned. Looks like we do sort of already have a river that's causing us a little grief. So this is one of the reasons why I went for that extended range bonus. This is a chance for me to melt the armor right away. Now, I would love if I could do something with the Vorodon that didn't involve me just running into harm's way, but the fact of the matter is there's really only one thing it's good at. And that's just tearing through stuff. And I mean, the aim right now, so Devour, Strength 12 chance to kill a target instantly and heal this unit for 15. So essentially what I want to be doing is running after these infested troopers and engineers and having a picnic. This is definitely one of these points where I wish I had a... I wish I had a Biomancer to heal some of these units. I'm not quite sure how I feel about this move. I feel it's a little too indirect, but I am trying to avoid as many situations where I give them a chance to sort of do AoE attacks. So these two I'm a little less worried about just because they need to go in pretty deep, which I want to encourage. As for the rest... so my best option with this Lightbringer is to flank with them. This is definitely going to be a really hard position to attack. This is perfect for Overwatches, and this is I mean, Overwatch is what the Vanguard do really well. So much poison. I suppose the one saving grace is that we're going to get a whole bunch of turns to poison this mech. That parasitic infection is going to be a bother. I do have a little bit of a get out of jail free card if this if the Vorderon takes too much damage. It definitely looks like they are. Although it is good that that's the thing that they're focusing so much attention on.
Operations ready.
So clearly I would love to... you know, I'd love to start by eating one of these units, but that's not going to happen right away. I think for this case, I'm just gonna focus on what I can accomplish in the near term. Okay. I got staggered. It's not the bravest move that I've ever made, but again, this guy is one lucky shot away from being wiped out. Alright, this is going to seem like absolute madness. I only got one blind off of that, which I'm a little sad about. What I am able to do, though, of course, is we can now get my
enemy down.
Vorderon. So this guy still needs to survive. I'm curious if I can. Yeah, the protective growth, it's not quite something I want to risk yet. There is a side of me that really wants to just put the debuffs on the enemy units. Yeah, I'm gonna try this again. So again, just staggers and whatnot to help me the most. And then I suspect this is the closest one that I'm going to eat, so let's shoot at the other unit. So yeah, the last question is, do I want to try and do anything with... The turret is inconvenient, but I don't think it's going to be a major catastrophe. Okay, so there might be a change of plans. I might try and eat one of the other. I have a bit of a dilemma here in the sense that I want to try and eat a fresh unit, so I get a threat off the ground or off the board. But I also don't want to get flanked. All right, first things first.
Enemy killed.
I am just going to get my Lancer to run straight in. So there's a big danger that I've just done here, which is the fact that this unit is now flanked by these other guys. But watch what happens to them when they run into the Amazon. So there's a cooldown on eating enemy units, otherwise I'd be dropping that all over the place. Sadly, I was too passive with my pet. What I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to get the boss lady to shoot at this guy. I'm going to take a minute to move this unit up. So again, there's a little bit of a flanking worry.
Enemy destroyed.
But I believe this is the most direct way that I can stop my units from being too... Well, you know what? This feels a little silly, but let's put a heal on the Lancer just in case. So my understanding should be that she should be getting retaliation attacks. Apparently not. Good to know. One nice thing about having Godzilla on your side is that you get rid of any obstructions to your shots.
Enemy annihilated.
All right.
Our forces are victorious.
Oh, cool. So you don't need to kill the turret. And we didn't have to lose a unit. Of course, these don't count as animals, so we don't get the food. Now these warriors can rest instead of being parasite puppets. I cannot thank you enough for what you have done. Sadly, I don't think I can assist you in finding the Amazon responsible for all of this. All I know is that she infected that crazy Kirko and her colony with the plague, and they've been tearing the area apart. It was our honor to help ease your pain of loss. Thank you for the information. We will try to retrace Bahrain's steps. Hang on, before you go, some of my troopers insist on being allowed to help you during your search. I can't stop them, so they're at your disposal until this horrible situation is resolved. Good luck out there. We are grateful for their assistance in our struggle, Frank Vance. May peace find you.
Objective completed.
Alright, again, we'll take the rewards. I don't know if that just means we got a bunch of units or not, but that will be very welcome if they do. Now, the most important thing is I want to know how diplomatic relations with these guys have changed. Hi, Commander. I'll warn you now, my guys and girls are not the most patient types. Neither have I, so let's make this snappy, unless you want to test the limits of said patience. Okay, we've already... we've already said nice things. So, let's offer a defensive pact. We'll say open borders 2. Let's just do the whole 9 yards. Okay, I'm throwing in 160 energy for it. We already traded recently. Your offer had better be a good one. Otherwise, you can try again another time. Okay, so let's... Yeah, I don't want to make it like a huge grand bargain. Your proposal is very welcome. We think alike. Improving our diplomatic state was the right thing to do. So this is nice. In this case, I now have somebody to help against the Kirko. And it looks like they are a pretty strong force. Now again, I don't want to get caught out. One of the problems about having a scout unit like this is it's entirely possible I'll get caught out when I find the Kiriko. We are waiting for extra units for her, if memory serves. Oh, great. Actually, this will almost... Yeah, so we've got an engineer and a couple of Vanguard units to join up. So I think, in this case, we'll get ourselves another Wild Rider. And this should be ready for action. Eldrasil, if I'm making anything, I feel like I should be making light units. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to prep for another batch of like Huntress and Lancers and whatnot. And that'll let me sort of switch out some of my... What that'll do, like all of my commanders will be leading sort of my standard unit template. And then I can start making some more specialized units. Obviously, you've got the energy to be able to support all of that. All right, Reslafen. So this is the one that, again, I'm just closing up gaps in my existing borders. Fendel. Right, we already got the Court of the Prodigious, so clearly we now take our Cosmite. We're going to have to ask the growth to leave, but that shouldn't be a hardship.
Production ready.
Got our science lab.
Production ready. Production ready. Production ready.
Yeah, we've pretty much queued up everything that I already want.
Happiness event in colony.
Oh, great. Some extra energy, too. And our popular support is now approving. I'm curious what changed that. Oh, War with a Minor Casaspelli. So we get 10 turns of 10 turns of this morale bonus. So the relationship with the Kiriko has changed to disturbed. This is, of course, because we are at war with them. This is just them resolving all of the events. Now, I suspect a couple of things are going to be happening. Oh, actually, it looks like the Marauders have been removed. Okay. So we are in quite a bit better shape than I thought we would be. Next turn, I'm going to clear out the units here. I don't know if these guys are actually guarding anything. It looks like it, but there doesn't seem to be any kind of... there doesn't actually seem to be anything here. So for overall plan... Well, here, we'll turn over the turn, and we'll sort of talk about where the position's at. And out of curiosity, Kaylee Cakes, are you still here? Because I know I'm going a lot later than I thought I would. I was originally going to be done an hour and 45 minutes ago, so it's kind of a statement on how much I like Age of Wonders Planetfall. I'll still show you guys the trailer because I think it's a really good one, but I just want to check in and see if some of the familiar faces are kicking around or not. Frank Vance, I've come to the conclusion that I still have one more fight left inside me before I completely retire. Let us join you in a war against Barain's minion. Show me where the fight is. Didn't we already decide that?
All life is little more than a sack of liquids. The Bombardon just resembles one more than most creatures do. More remarkably, a direct hit from a Bombardon will pretty much liquefy you. So don't stand in front of that blast nozzle. Tulip Spring, Sisterhood of Safety.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much for hanging out. Well, thank you, all of you, for hanging out. Obviously, we've got a lot more people here than when I started tonight. But Kaylee Cakes, again, is definitely a streamer that I'm very fond of. So, obviously, we're at the point now where we're generating enough tech to be able to justify some of these other ones. Getting the hard light module will... So, remember I was sort of divided about whether or not I wanted the Lightbringer... because of its stagger and whatnot. Clearly I can use the hard light module. The problem is that I like the Harrier because of all of the other things that I have applied to the Harrier. So I'll give you an example. Actually, you know what? Now may not be a bad time for me to do that division. So when you take a look at it, you've got the Harrier here, right? So I say, okay, so what do I do I want to accomplish with this thing? Well, it's got laser bombardment and it's got interception blasters. I like the interception blasters because it gives me a firm, anti-air unit that I maybe don't have on the other ones. And so I can augment its damage with the incinerator module. I have the Shield of Remorse because I really like that mod. Oh, glorious. Thank you, Kaylee Cakes. Maybe I need to put on a cam so, everybody can see me in widescreen. Actually, no, that would make small children cry. So, and then there's the Advanced Instinct controller. So the thing is that if it feels like I've been getting really lucky with the crits, it's mostly because I've started putting these things on my units. So the big question is do I want to lose the ability to get those really great crits, especially when I'm considering them against, against air units, when this is possibly the only thing that's going to be shooting down aerial units? Or do I want to get the advantages of the morale and the extra shields and whatnot? And that's the big dilemma that I have about those other upgrades. So we've also got some covert operations. So target enemy army takes 20 damage and suffers soul burn whenever they engage in battle for 1 turn. This actually, you know what? I think I'm going to take Inner Fire just because. So again, for the fantasy version of this, these would have been spells. But of course, any Arthur C. Clarke fans know that any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. So what I can do once I get that, it's just like entangling overgrowth. I can spend some energy credits and apply that soul burn debuff. The reason why soul burn is so attractive in this particular case is if you take a look at my unit's abilities. So this unit is enlightened according to the Celestian ways. It has 200 morale and deals 20% extra damage against units with soul burn. So the thing that's really great about that is I get the 20% damage from that attack, then I get the soul burn, and then I get all of the advantages that come from attacking soul burned enemies. So that's sort of why I went down that particular path. Also, it looks like this is where the Kiriko are. So I have this wonderful buffer of a very strong Vanguard ally. Anyways, I did say we're going to wrap up here. So what are the plans for the next few rounds? I mean, really, I probably should be trying to finish up this mission because I think we've been taking a while on this one. But I don't know, games don't exist to be just, gobbled down like popcorn. It's enjoyable to spend some time kicking around in these worlds. Actually, there is one thing I want to try and get done, and that's to make sure that I've got. I wanted to at least merge those armies, otherwise I never would have finished it. So the main plans that I have, I think as far as colonies are concerned, I'm reasonably happy with where I'm at. There's always room for expansion. But with Giffendel, once it gets its 2 extra sectors, will expand out to this region. This is really just for lack of options. I couldn't really go out to any other sectors that would still get me access to the Xeno Evolution Labs. And of course, we're going to get these Xeno Evolution Labs because this is where one of our quests are. So the idea will be, I actually only need to bring 1 army. I mean, this is the main character, right? So I kind of want to bring them over. Plus, they also have the Voradon, which is awesome. So we'll clean out the Xeno Evolution Labs. We may wind up getting something fancy as a result of that. I definitely have. There's the demand from the growth faction, so they want me to take out these Autonom. These little plasmoids are a complete pain in the ass. These things kind of latch onto you, and they do damage. Every time you hit them, they do burning damage. So these are melee units that kind of come up. They attack you. If you try to go away, they get a free attack. But if you attack them to get rid of them, they keep doing damage. So this is a very melee heavy group. This is not going to be easy to deal with. So what I might wind up doing is I'll take the... actually, I might as well get these guys built together. Maybe what I'll do instead of... I did want to get these guys clearing out this group, but maybe I'll just double up these two units to deal with the autonom. Just get that that mission off my plate. I'll also be getting some influence as a result of it, so I can, buy some more growth units, let's say. Then we can turn our attention to clearing out the spore cloud and whatnot. As it happens, where is that spore cloud? We need to have a unit here to remove the hazard anyway. Thank you very much, Kaylee Cakes. I was actually reading a book that talked about the late night DJ voice, so now I need to try practicing the late night DJ voice. But yeah, so I think I kind of got a little sidetracked, but near-term goals, I want to clear out the last of the sort of the obstructions. So I want to get this food sector cleared out. I definitely want to get access to this Cosmite as soon as possible. We don't need to fight for that. We just need to ask them to move. It would be nice if I can gain access to the Stadium Arcadium because it helps the colony get a little bit more happiness, and then expand out to the Xenoevolution Labs. The commander is going to head to the Xenoevolution Labs to clear out the riffraff. We might as well, I think probably these units should come along as well, just so they can clear out Diplomacy Glen, and then obviously we'll be able to preempt the cleanup jobs in these areas too. As far as additional colonies are concerned, I am still somewhat inclined to maybe consider, these sectors here. This is a nice little pocket for me to claim, which would give me access to more resources, particularly a science site, which would be nice. Another expansion option that I might want to consider, particularly because it's related to the growth faction. Let's say I were to put a colony down here. I could expand out, so we'll already have the Xenoevolution Lab, so maybe, 1 here, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. So we wouldn't have these, these little areas for a colony, but what we would have would be a few points of touch with the dwelly of the Fli-Fung Growth Mother Node. And I believe it's possible to incorporate the natives into the Empire, which would be particularly nice because that would give me another source of Cosmite. But yeah, anyways, once the commander deals with the Xenoevolution Labs, we'll see where we're at for the goals. It seems like we need to deal with the Kirko, and that's it, basically. I suspect that'll probably be the last mission. But that will be something that we deal with next time we play. Now, I would love to host someone, but I did promise you guys a couple of peeks at some of the things that I think make Age of Wonders a really fun and special series. So I'm currently playing the campaign mode. So we started with a tutorial. This is a great way to learn all of the different species, and apparently the choices that you make in particular campaign missions will lead you to later, or will have consequences later on in the game. You do get a little bit of control over your commander, but you do still need to do things like play the appropriate race. So the races that we have left are one more Amazon mission, then the Syndicate, and then one group that we've encountered but we have not played against yet, and this is the Assembly. So, and then there's the Revelations DLC brings with it another campaign. Now, this is one big thing. I'm playing campaign mode, which has like a story, it has a few little cutscenes, it has this overall narrative, but maybe you're not interested in that. Maybe you want to play it more like you play Civilization. The one thing I have not touched yet, although I have enjoyed on my own time, and this is some of the stuff that you wind up getting with the DLC or the pre-order, basically all of these different types of of worlds. Like, this is not just changing the scenery. This is kind of determining the conditions under which you start. This is a lot more like starting a civilization game. You have all of these different world types. Again, all of these are worlds in the ruined Star Empire. They're still adding more to the game. I'm not quite sure what community is. I know there's mod support for this, but I'm not 100% sure what specifically the community maps do. I'm assuming that's just, it depends on what community map you're downloading, so I can't speak specifically to that. Obviously, you do have some of the parameters on the side here, but again, this is... I think the better way to think about this is it's not just that you have one type of civilization game. In this, with the different types of worlds, it's better to think that you have, in my case, 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of 5 civilization-style games with different numbers of players. And what you will be bringing to battle is commanders. So there's plenty of commanders on your own, or on its own here, right? So if you've got a favorite race... maybe you want to be the Syndicate. I think we made a sort of an Eyes of Sin inspired commander last time, so I guess I'll have to make a Kaylee Cakes one. So Kaylee, I'm gonna need your help on picking a commander. So like the game definitely has a lot of very interesting and really kind of very like there's stories behind these outfits. You can pretty clearly see that. But if you want, this was the thing that originally attracted me to Age of Wonders, and that was the ability to make your own commanders. And so I'll let you. I have a couple of ideas of where I might want to put you, Kaylee, but I'll let you decide if there's one that really speaks to you. So there's the Assembly. A race of cyborgs born from destruction. These people aim to bring their newfound peace to the universe by breaking down the chaos of the galaxy and reassembling it into a perfect new whole. The Vanguard. The Vanguard consists of rough folk with few ties to society, so the effects of long interstellar travel and cryosleep and the resulting time dilation doesn't matter to them. Because these are frontier survivors, I was thinking that I might make Kaylee a Vanguard, but if there's another one that appeals to her, we'll pick that. There's the Kirko. Through rapid evolution, the Kirko seek to restore what was broken and will find retribution for the terrible fate that has befallen them. Obviously, there's a bunch of details here that relate to game mechanics and that, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. We've got the Syndicate, a group of ruthless trading houses from the frontiers of the Empire. With the Star Union gone, they see a universe of opportunity. This is who we were playing. Okay, you said sounds good. I'll go through the races just because it gives me a chance to talk about these, but... The bioengineering Amazons have the ability to alter life and survive harsh circumstances. Their fearsome troops have Spartan discipline and are experts in guerrilla tactics. Their arsenal includes genetically engineered beasts that the Amazons ride into battle. And the Devar. The Devar are a thrifty race of survivalists. The Devar work hard to mine planets for all they're worth to gain as many resources as possible for their consortium's survival and welfare. I suppose this also lines up to the survival crafting. But the Vanguard are really good with guns. They've got the firearms group, so... Now, in Age of Wonders 3, this would have been sort of the fantasy race that you pick. Race is race, but these are science fiction races instead. Secret technology would be sort of like your class. So instead of being a cleric or a warlord or something like that, you've got a secret technology that sort of informs sort of the way that you engage in warfare. So Synthesis manipulates AI to their advantage, hacking and compromising systems for their own gain. Celestian. The Celestians are an ancient order of psionically gifted individuals that strive to achieve inner enlightenment and create balance and harmony in the universe. You'd be Assembly or the Vanguard? Ooh, okay. I've got options for... I actually really like some of the Assembly designs. I think I've made an Assembly before, so I'm going to try a Vanguard with you, Kaylee. But we can always change after the fact. They believe psionic power comes from the stars, and they use this power to protect their ideals and teachings. Void Tech. Void Tech warps the laws of physics, allowing the manipulation and teleportation of matter and energy. Xenoplague. The Xenoplague spreads through a highly adaptive alien parasite and can be used to create biological weapons, develop super soldiers, or evolve planetary populations. Synumbra. The Synumbra employ dark psionic powers to tear holes in reality and summon devious entities from the abyss. Promethean. The Prometheans are planetary exterminators, eradicating threats with their Pyrex fires. And Heritor, now this was added in the Revelations DLC. The Heritors are scions of a theocratic dynasty known as the Aztec. Their ancient technology allows them to harness energy and prolong their lives. They seek to reincarnate billions of followers that lay entombed across the galaxy and reestablish their divine rule. So this is a tricky one for me. I kind of want to say that Kaylee is Promethean because she is capable of building great things and also bringing the fire to and shielding her units from Armageddon. So I'm going to go with Promethean for now, but if one of those other secret techs seemed more interesting to you... Again, I'm not really going to save this or play with it. This is just purely for just amusement. I'm going to focus on the perks, and then you can tell me if a secret tech sounds more interesting than Promethean. So your background, you can say no background. So you get 2 points to start off with. Is it 2 points? No, I think you get 3 to start off with. So you can have no background. Veteran, enlisted as soon as possible and quickly gained rank and honor. This is clearly not your first deployment. I feel like because Kaylee is very good with guns, I feel like I'm automatically required to make her a veteran. No colony supplement. You can get a data repository with a couple of extra techs, or you can get an energy cache deployed with a large energy cache, so plenty of money. You could get the Vanguard basic equipment. We've got the close combat equipment, the Promethean assault equipment, or the Vanguard sharpshooter equipment. I feel like I'm required to make Kaylee a sharpshooter. Now the real problem here, I guess I could make Kaylee a party animal, or decadent. Or stubborn, or kleptomaniac, or cruel. Cruel is definitely not what I would call Kaylee, but maybe we'll say Kaylee's a party animal. So you're a party animal constantly seeking new thrills and ways to party harder. You even organize festivals in your colonies. So unproductive, reckless partying and festivals reduce productivity in all colonies, reducing their production by 10%. But while the commander of an army, everyone is having a good time, and units in your stack gain 100 morale. So... what that would do is that would unlock a few different things here. So we could have a larger starting army with military detachment. We could upgrade you to martial tradition. Covert operative. See, now I kind of feel committed to a party animal, but now I don't know what to do with the extra 2 points. So say maybe you start with a military detachment. And I guess martial tradition would probably be where to go with that. Okay, but now we get the fun part, which is to actually, design the look. Now, the one thing I have definitely learned is never to try and make someone look like the person. Because this never ends well. The best you can get is they kind of look like me, and usually somebody just winds up with their feelings hurt. So this is inspired by Kaylee Cakes as opposed to, the spitting image of Kaylee Cakes. But let's see. Yeah, we don't have a lot of... I think I'm just going to go for the one that doesn't look old. If you have a particular preference between the faces, I kind of feel like head 1 is probably the right one to start off with. Perfect. Ship it. All right, decoration. Why do they just call them scars? All right, well, if I'm going to focus on eyes... This is what you get when you see the Kaylee Cake stream. So the funny thing is, I actually don't think this is a terrible hairstyle to start off with. Perfect, chip it. He would be a 10 if you're a few inches taller. Well, I was gonna... Just wait on this, Kaylee. Oh, hey, okay, so this is COVID Kaylee. I think you made your hair dark now, didn't you? Let me know if I got that wrong. Here we go. Now we get to the fun bits. All right, so Kaylee does a lot of survival games. So like, I don't think I'm gonna go quite full like. Okay, so there's like, no, she's not begging on the streets. No, she's not Sarah Connor. I mean, that looks badass. But I actually kind of like I think this really works. This is the nice kind of mix between sort of combat oriented, but also like this one I also think works, but I don't know. I sort of like that the trench coat becomes a cape too. So you made it like dark red. Okay, I actually think there might be. Oh no, there's only like bright red. Yeah, you know what? Like I said, this is inspired by. I'm not trying to go. So I'm gonna capture the spirit of Kaylee Cakes as opposed to the essence. Also, I can just completely ignore it, and you get a beret. Perfect. Okay, I kind of feel required to give you a bandana. All right, accessories. God, there's a few of these that I can see. I do sort of want to give you an eye patch, but I think in this case I'm going to give you a lot of earrings. And then on top of the trench coat, I can give you another cape. No cape. All right. So this is okay. Oh, actually, I'm also going to adjust the. Let's see. It's a good cake decoration. The snake, for all of the ones that you were having trouble with in is it Stranded Deep? We can go for the good old-fashioned skull. I feel like this shouldn't be as hard. Yeah, you know what? You're American. Give you the eagle. All right. Maybe I could do it in reverse. So I go for like a dark background and then... Nah, you know what? It's too easy to go black on a background. Yeah, that works a little better. Maybe I can try light blue. I'll keep it white. All right. So, as you were saying, I think you said you'd be a 10 if you're a few inches taller. So, I don't know. What do you think? Behold, Kaylee Cakes as presented in Age of Wonders Planetfall. I am definitely looking for the I am ready to kick your ass stance. I think we found it. All right. And then finally, most importantly, the background. So this I can definitely see working, especially with those colors. Or there's the alternative. Where is it? I thought there was like a I have just destroyed your home planet kind of background. I mean, this one kind of does that, but there we go. Staring head on. All right, here we go. Kaylee Cake's avatar in Age of Wonders Planetfall. I won't spend too much time because I was going to show the trailer and still host somebody tonight, but just to give you an idea of what some of the assembly look like. Yeah, so there's the lady. Actually really like the yellow eyes on that one. Oh cool, you do get different hair colors. That's really neat. So this is one of the things I really like about the assembly is the fact that you can make them look totally mechanical, but the whole idea of the assembly and the mechanics behave this way too. Like they harvest the pieces from other species to keep going. Alright, so it looks like I'm kind of committed. If I'm going to do this top, I gotta... I'm stuck without the... Okay, apparently I just like putting you in long trench coats. I feel like there's something missing on this one, though. Like, this is a little bland for me. So what if I did something different with the legs? Yeah, because the problem with this one, in my opinion, is this is too mechanical. Maybe a new background will... Yeah, actually, I kind of like this because it's it's cold tones, but also a cold background. And anyways, yeah. So there's the assembly with attendant name 6ROXA. But again, this is why I like Age of Wonders Planetfall. Like you've noticed I probably like this sort of stuff where you can like really jump in and make the faction your own. In the end, like your commander will affect how the game turns out for you, but it's not going to be a major determining factor in like the whole shape of the playthrough. But I did promise you guys a trailer. It'll also give me a convenient chance to find someone to host tonight. Thank you everybody for hanging out. For some of you will have already seen this, but this is basically the E3 trailer for Age of Wonders Planetfall. And again, I just think this is a really I think this is really well done. This does a very good job of hyping up the game, and it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear what this game is about when you see this. So, Age of Wonders, Planetfall, E3. It's also like it's less than a minute long, so it's not gonna take forever. No, I'll put the volume up.
Peggy 16.
There we go. Looks like I missed a couple of follows. So Alpha Gigi, looks like you followed an hour ago, and Dwarf Lord 83. Thank you also for the follow, and thank you everyone for the. Thank you very much for a pleasant evening. We got hosts from Uncle Cranky, from Miss Ariella, Kaylee Cakes, The Eyes of Sin. Lots of really wonderful people. Oh, and you know what? Apocalypse is streaming right now. So it's not an Age of Wonders Planetfall stream, but I highly recommend that you guys stick around for Apocalypse because she is playing Chimera Squad, which is another turn-based strategy game. I might even be doing that on Friday. But that seems like a great stream to move on. She's definitely a lot of fun to hang out with, very kind. And another person who I'd love to see some more support. So thank you everybody again for a stream. I will see you all Friday, and please treat Apocalypse well. Have a good night.